It's 2 words.
Don't not pay at libertymuttnoodle.com.
Wow. I guess I'll just do it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. That's a wrap.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty Mutual trip.
So much waiting for you, spirits and beer, thousands of wine.
Drink responsibly, B21.
To celebrate the new Quick Draw Progressive from the New Jersey Lottery, give it up for the rolling jackpot.
The jackpot keeps rolling, rolling, jackpot rolling. Higher and higher it's growing, all right.
Quick Draw is now Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a rolling jackpot with every play.
Quick Draw, jackpot, jackpot, Quick Draw. Play today. All right.
Play Quick Draw Progressive today.
Anything can happen in Jersey.
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. You know, if Mike Gill's not here, I can't do a walkout song to Mike Gill's music. I got to come out with my own. You all thought you were hearing Cult of Personality today, but no. I had to drop a little original for a Tuesday edition. Beautiful sunny day outside. I wish I was outdoors like the rest of you are probably. Driving around wherever you listen to 97.3 ESPN. Thank you for tuning in to us today. It is a crazy, busy day ahead of us. The Sixers have won 2 in a row. Who would have thought? Phillies are counting down the days to opening day. The NFL and Eagles offseason to discuss. Plus, 4 more opportunities for you to qualify for the Phillies Trip to Baltimore contest presented by Philadelphia Sports Trips. And of course, you guys out there, you and me, for the next 4 hours. Text board is there at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Now, also, the beginning of the tournament is tonight. The first 4 begins tonight at 6:30 p.m. is the coverage here on 97.3 ESPN. You can listen to all the games as well on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. So we got a lot to get to here on the show today. Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag coming up at 2:30 p.m. The state of the Sixers as they get ready for their gauntlet of a road trip coming with Paul Hudrick at 3 p.m. from Liberty Ballers. NFL insider Adam Caplan for football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Danny Ryan joins me for his 5 from Danny Rye at 4:25. And also Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press will join me at 5:30 to talk all things NFL. But we got to start the show touching on the Sixers because I really do try not to read too much into a single game. I really do try not to read too much into the smallest little variables, right? But I gotta tell you guys, I'm wondering if last night Sixers game may have been the most important game of the season. And here's why I say that. I'm looking at that game last night, and I am seeing a team that is fighting. Look, it's one thing to win a game on Saturday against the Hornets. Hornets are not a good team. You should win that game. So that's why, for me, I didn't get too excited about that game. But you've now won 2 games in a row. And my first question coming out of the game last night is, Has this team found their fight again? Now, it doesn't change the fact they have still a tough road ahead. They still have a long way to go because the upcoming road trip is, unless you're Michael Jordan and the Bulls, I don't know how anybody survives this road trip, honestly. But I digress. It's going to be tough. But I feel a lot better about it knowing that I just won 2 straight games, and the second game was against one of the most relentless and scrappy teams in all of basketball, the Miami Heat. And when Jimmy Butler was ruled out for the game, you knew you were in for a dogfight because the Heat play a little extra hard when Jimmy's not out there because they know they don't have him to fall back on. And guys like Bam Adebayo really did try to step up. Terry Rozier, those guys really did try to step up and almost win the game on their own. And I'm watching the game last night, and you go back to the moment when Kyle Lowry dives over the scorer's table. And, I didn't see that part of the game live at that point. I was listening to Tom McGinnis on the radio here in the studio here on 97.3 ESPN. But that was a moment that kind of made me look my head up. And I said, okay, somebody's fighting to win this game. And sometimes you need someone like a Kyle Lowry to pick you up and put you in the direction you need to go. Sometimes you need a guy like a Kyle Lowry to kind of put you in position to say, hey, this guy is fighting. The rest of us need to do the same. Kyle Lowry didn't have the greatest statistical game of all time. He had arguably, though, the most important hustle game. And because of that, I'm looking at that game last night, and I'm starting to wonder, was that the game this team needed to believe in themselves again? Look, it doesn't mean that the upcoming games against the Suns, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Kings get any easier on that 4-game road trip. But what it does mean is that the Sixers are at least looking like a team that fights again. Because some of these games recently, I talked with Austin Krell about this last night on game night here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday afternoon. I was telling Austin last night, I go back to some of these losses. The Knicks loss, the loss to New Orleans, the loss to Memphis and Brooklyn and the Celtics. It feels like in some of these games, they're not just outgunned. They just look like they're being outworked in some of these games. And now it feels like they are actually putting the pieces together to at least look like a team that is fighting to get into the postseason. Because you could argue that week off and not playing in the bye week may matter for the Sixers more than any other team in the NBA. There is not another team in basketball that needs that week off than Philadelphia. You look at the standings right now. The Sixers are barely out of the play-in right now. They are a half a game ahead of the Pacers, and they are a full game ahead of the Heat. If the Sixers can stay in that 5-6 range and just get out of the play-in tournament, I personally have a lot more faith in this team's ability to go deep in the postseason. Because there's two, not one, but two huge problems with the play-in tournament for the Philadelphia 76ers. Number one is it's less days of rest. It's less days to try to ramp and beat up. It's less days rest for Kyle Lowry, who's becoming apparently an extremely important player for this team. It's more days rest for everyone to get ready for the playoffs. And number two, if you're playing in the play-in tournament, you know what happens? You got to play against other teams that are in a do or die scenario. You want to avoid that NCAA tournament style bracket almost. The teams in the play-in tournament are fighting for their lives. They feel they have to win or else. You don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to be in that, man, if we don't win this game, our season might be over shortly kind of feeling. The other side of it is, if you are the 6th seed and the season ended today, you would play the Cleveland Cavaliers, a team that you already have beaten this year, and a team whose superstar, Donovan Mitchell, himself can't apparently stay healthy. Apparently, he has a broken nose now. Yeah. So he's got a broken nose. He was sick a few weeks ago. He's had a rough year. And you've already shown the Cavs that you could beat them. Your best case scenario might be the 6th spot. Because if you beat the Cavs, you're in a lot better situation because you rested for a week. You played a team that you know you can beat, and you can get a rhythm. You can get yourself going. But you got to stay on the play-in tournament to have those things happen for you. Now, I don't know how this team is going to win any games moving forward because the schedule is brutal. And you're basically hoping that one of these 4 teams on this road trip have a off night, or there's a guy who's out for like injury maintenance or something. You know, like if you play the Clippers and maybe Kawhi isn't available, or Anthony Davis isn't available for the Lakers. Something like that is what you need to hopefully attempt to win one of these 4 games. After that, you got to come back home against the Clippers. Again, you're just hoping somebody is not available. And then you get back on the road for 2 more games. At Cleveland, at Toronto. Now, are those winnable games? Sure. But it doesn't make all of this easier because, again, over the next 8 games, the Sixers are on the road for 6 of those 8. So winning last night was so important to just keep the morale high, show this team, look, we can win basketball games. If we fight, if we work, we can win games. That's how I think of the Sixers game last night. Now, like I said, it doesn't mean they're going to win the rest of the road trip coming up, but what it does mean is that their mindset is in the right place. And as we know in sports, mindset is everything. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. And as I said, I never thought in my wildest dreams that Kyle Lowry would become this important to the basketball team. I never thought that Kyle Lowry would become the guy that you would have to lean on in some situations. But I got to give Nick Nurse and the Sixers organization credit. They saw Kyle Lowry and said, this guy is going to be an important part of this basketball team. And it's gotten to the point where you have now won 2 straight games, and Tobias Harris is not on the court. And what else Paul Hudrick about this coming up in less than an hour from now from Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers? Because I asked Austin Krell this last night. I'll ask it again here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. And I'll ask all of you out there about this. You win 2 straight games without Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris arguably having the worst stretch of his life, basketball-wise. I mean, he's doing the opposite. In the contract year, you're supposed to play for your next contract. Tobias Harris is looking like he's playing his way out of the league. And now his team wins 2 straight games without him on the court. Am I supposed to believe that Tobias Harris is just going to seamlessly fit right back into this basketball team? No, absolutely not. There is no way that you can rationalize bringing him back right now. You don't bring Tobias Harris back until you lose a game. I don't care if he's healthy or not. Look what the Flyers are doing tonight. The news came out a little bit earlier that the Flyers are giving Sean Couturier a healthy scratch. John Tortorella basically told Couturier, you are struggling so much, I need to give you a night off. I need to give you a night to just sit upstairs and watch the team play. So we can get your mind and your body right for the stretch run of this season. I think that's what Tobias Harris needs. I think Tobias Harris needs to sit down, maybe go into a press box, watch a game with a coach from the staff or something, and just be a healthy scratch until further notice. Because why has this team found a way to win 2 games without one of their highest paid players? And you're telling me that the way Tobias Harris has been struggling, barely shooting over 31% from 3 since the All-Star break, how much is that really going to help you against the Suns, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Kings? Does anyone really think Tobias Harris is going to make a difference in those games? No. So let him sit down. Let him take a breather. Let him just kick his feet back and not have to be on the court for an extra day. You do not put Tobias Harris back on the court until you win a game. This is the most convenient and easy excuse of all time. Give me the lineup that we have had. Maxey, Lowry, Kelly Oubre, Nicholas Batum, Paul Reed. At least I know those guys are going to fight. Which brings me to our question we asked on our Facebook page, 97.3 ESPN on Facebook, where I asked the question. Now, again, hypothetical, so that this is, I don't want to get into any legal issues here, okay? But the question is, Kyle Lowry is Philly tough, right? He is Philly through and through. So if you needed to get into a bar fight, okay? I'm not recommending fighting. I'm not advising it. All right. But if you could have 4 Philadelphia sports athletes on your side in a bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3? If you haven't already commented on our Facebook post at 973 ESPN on Facebook, you could text in at 609-403-0973. Philly tough. I want Philly tough guys. Kyle Lowry is Philly tough, right? So if you have to get into a fight, and again, I'm not advising, I'm not advocating for this, but I'm just saying we've all been in less than ideal scenarios where it's always good to have some trustworthy, reliable buddies on your side. Is Kyle Lowry one of those guys? And who are the other 3? If he's not, give me your 4. Again, at 973 ESPN on Facebook and 609-403-0973. And I'm not going to read off all the answers at the second because we got a ton of these answers. But some of the answers are actually kind of funny because people are drawing from all eras for this list. Some of these answers are very modern, and some of these are completely dudes who don't even play in Philadelphia for years. Some people are going all Flyers. Some people are going all Eagles. Some people are completely forgetting the Phillies even exist. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, literally one person, I gotta read the one because so the idea is that some people did all Eagles, for example. Some person did the whole Eagles O-line, basically. So It's really a matter of context, you know. It's interesting because if you are in a bar fight, that means you're having at the bar with these guys, which is funny because several people have put down Brian Dawkins. And Dawkins is not an environment. So this is going to be a fun conversation we have throughout the day. Again, the question is of the day. You could have 4 Philly sports athletes on your side in a bar fight. Is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3? I'll answer some of those coming up throughout the show here on 97.3 ESPN. Again, over on our Facebook page is the original question at 973 ESPN. Couple texts I want to squeeze in here before we hit the break. We got the Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose coming up in less than 10 minutes from now. Texter says, whose walkout song was that, Josh? I'm not sure. I want to say it was Edge. Well, you should trust your instincts, my man, because it was Edge's theme song. Yes. Alter Bridge Metalingus was Edge's walkout song for a very long time. I had to change things up. CM Punk's Gill's boy. Mike Gill, CM Punk, that's their thing, okay? I got to go find my own. I'm not here to copycat people. I'm here to be my own man. Anonymous texter chimes in at 609-403-0973. Says, stop. Miami was playing on back-to-back without 2 of their best players. Sixers have no shot to do anything with or without Joel. Well, there's a lot of people who disagree with that. Anonymous texter at 609-403-0973. Listen, you can point to the fact that Miami, that's 2 of their best players all you want. Sixers are also without, on paper, 2 of their best players. Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris. Both teams were shorthanded. So, yes, I am going to give a level of respect for the win last night. Miami on a back-to-back. Miami feels like the only team that would typically not be affected by a back-to-back. They are one of the hardest working, toughest teams in all of basketball. So, no, I will not stop, anonymous texter. And for you to say they have no shot with or without Embiid, frankly, sounds like you're a hater. Because if Joel Embiid, who had been playing the way he was all year, was out there right now, they'd be crushing some of these teams. They would have won against the New Orleans Pelicans a couple weeks ago. They would have won against the Brooklyn Nets a couple weeks ago. They would have won against at least one of the 2 games against the Milwaukee Bucks in recent weeks. There's a few wins right there. And if Joel Embiid entered the postseason playing even at 80% of what he was doing back in December and January, most teams are not going to want to deal with Joel. They are going to want to be out of that matchup altogether. Nobody wants to be the team to face the guy with the best scoring potential in the league. It's a no. Look, the reason why the Sixers haven't gone deep in the postseason is 2 reasons. 1, because Joel Embiid has not always been healthy. And 2, a couple of those series were completely sabotaged by Ben Simmons. And then the third scenario, if Kawhi Leonard doesn't hit that double, quadruple doink off the rim, off the backboard, going in at the buzzer, are we really sure that the Raptors would have won that game in overtime and Philadelphia doesn't win that game? And then where are we? Is Brett Brown still the head coach? Do the Sixers get to an NBA Finals? Is Jimmy Butler still here? Yeah, because I'm not sure about Jimmy Butler not being a Sixer anymore. No, of course not. All right, we'll get to your text a little bit later in the show. Keep them coming in, 609-403-0973. A jam-packed day here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next, the Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose. We get into with him about the Phillies as we are counting down the days to Phillies opening day on March 28th, where you can join the Phillies watch party at Maynard's in Margate with Mike Gill and the Sports Bash. We have 4 more opportunities for you to join the qualifiers for the Phillies trip to Baltimore coming up later this hour.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers, excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're waiting for the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle, stop waiting and listen to these incredible deals at Bennett Chevrolet during March Markdown, where you can save up to 20% on new Chevys. Yes, up to 20% savings with GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates. No games, no gimmicks. Just the best offer you'll find anywhere. Plus, there's available 1.9% financing. And Bennett is paying a whopping $10,000 cash for any clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That is a minimum 10 grand regardless of condition or miles. Can you imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade? While Bennett Chevy offers the best deals you can find on any new or pre-owned vehicle, you can always count on a wonderful car buying experience with our non-commissioned sales team, who are paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Nobody beats a Bennett deal. Nobody. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay, plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first. Voted best of the best in Jersey Shores. For roofing and siding, windows and doors. 24-month financing, no payments, no interest. You're certified GAF elite contractors. Champion-exteriors.com. Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first.
Hi, my name is Alani. A little thing I like about the Spicy Deluxe sandwich is that you taste the crunch, you taste the pepper jack cheese melting, and you taste the spicy flavors in the sandwich. I'm telling you, 10 out of 10.
Hi, my name's Enrique. A little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's Spicy Deluxe sandwich is you get that rich flavor of the chicken and definitely that nice, tangy, warm bite. It's the perfect harmony of spiciness and taste.
Order the Spicy Deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling at tlcphc.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in New Jersey. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wine.
Drink responsibly, B21. eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive. Motors.com.
Happy spring from Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year to schedule your spring AC maintenance before the busy season arrives. Join their family comfort plan for savings on your spring tune-up. Plus, get priority scheduling and same-day service all summer long. Did you know it also covers plumbing service calls, too? Call Broadlee's today to sign up for the family comfort plan at 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
We'll get back to the text board in just a bit. You're in your messages coming in on 97.3 ESPN mobile app. I'm going to read off everyone's lists of who will you have on your side in a theoretical bar fight. Again, I always like to preface by saying I'm not advocating to go out and get in a fight, but I'm just saying that who do you trust to have your back in a tight spot? Because Kyle Lowry seems like that kind of guy to me. I haven't seen a lot of Phillies on these lists. I've only seen like one or two Phillies on these lists. I think I've seen only three. I've seen Lenny Dykstra, Pete Incaviglia, and Bryce Harper. I mean, does nobody think that Kyle Schwarber could, have your back? Why does anybody mention Schwarber? Why mention Harper? I love Bryce Harper as a player, but I don't really know if he's like a rough and rugged kind of guy. Speaking of the Phillies mailbag is up right now on 97.3 ESPN.com, and Frank Klose joins us every single week talking about the Phillies. As Frank, we are counting down the days to opening day. We're almost there, Frank. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it's next week. I mean, it is earlier than it's been in a while. Of course, there was a lockout not that long ago, and kind of set everything back for a while. But yeah, there is opening day on March 28th. How about that? Or even sooner if you go overseas.
So, Frank, let's get to the mailbag, because I think that the number one question a lot of people have is the question that Jack asked. And I'm not going to ask it specifically the way Jack did, but he's asking about the center field competition. Most people, Frank, believe that the center fielder for the Philadelphia Phillies is going to either be Christian Pache or Johan Rojas. And my question to you is, how do you think this decision is going to be made? Because let's be realistic. Pache has hit well in spring training. Rojas has not. But Frank, we also know that we can't read too much in the spring training either. So where do the Phillies find the balancing act for center field to start the season?
Well, I think the biggest tell came from Rob Thompson last week when he spoke about Johan Rojas needing to work on his lower half. So that means I get the impression that something is not right with Rojas' swing. And I think if that's the case, he is likely to begin at AAA. So numbers aside, if they think mechanically something isn't right, the best place to go work on your mechanics is AAA. And so that, as I've said a bunch of times, both those players profile rather similarly. It might be over time. You say Rojas has the edge over Pache, but they're both good gloves and so far unproven bats. We've seen with Pache a little bit. He showed some flashes last year of his bat coming out. Fortunately, the couple injuries he had kind of curtailed that. But I think that if you have both those players, you can keep one on the roster and have the roster be a little bit balanced, because you need other things on your roster. I don't know that you can devote 2 roster spots to players that are that similar and both hit right-handed. And so I think that my guess is that Rojas would be starting the season in AAA. And when we say could be the center fielder, I mean, it could be that Brandon Marsh plays center and Whit Merrifield plays left a lot of the time as well. So, but I think having one of those 2 players on the roster is kind of where it's going. And I think there is something to be said for the fact that Christian Pache is out of minor league options. You can't send him to AAA. You'd have to completely cut him. And the Phillies have historically tried to keep the players that they have under their control rather than let anybody get away. So for all those reasons, I kind of see this trending towards Rojas starting the year at AAA and Pache being with the Phillies.
You just mentioned something I want to ask you about, because you mentioned about the idea of Marsh in center and then Merrifield in left. Is that a real possibility that could be? Because we know that historically Marsh has been a better overall hitter than Pache, and we know that Merrifield, he has been an all-star in the league. So are you think that's a legit possibility the Phillies are thinking about here?
I would not be shocked if that's what you see on opening day. I mean, Merrifield is the free agent signee. They're paying him $8 million, and he's got a bat on him. I think he's going to play most of the time. It could be in a couple different spots on the ball field, but yeah, I think they would love to get Merrifield in that opening day lineup, and I can see him being in left field facing the Braves next Thursday.
Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag is up at 97.3 ESPN.com. He answers your questions each week when you at him on the Twitter X platform at Frank Klose. Frank, speaking of Merrifield, the Phillies bench, what is going on with the bench? Because I got to tell you, Frank, I have zero interest in Jake Cave being on this team again, but it's starting to look like I might not get my wish here, because he has played reasonably well in spring training. So how do you think the Phillies are going to weed through all these lefties of Cave, Clemens, Hall, and Dahl? Sounds like a law firm.
Well, the Phillies made one decision today. They did send Derek Hall down to AAA, Lehigh Valley. Hall just does not really profile well on this roster. Essentially, he is going to be the backup for Bryce Harper at first base and Kyle Schwarber, designated hitter. And he really can't play any other positions besides first base and DH. So I think he goes down to AAA and he's stashed there in case the Phillies need some help in the event of an unfortunate injury to either player. You hope they don't need him, of course. But he just really does not fit with what they would need on the bench. The Phillies are probably going with Kyle Schwarber as the DH. Now, he's played some left field this spring, but you're going to see him take the field very, very sparsely this season. So it's really important that your other bench spots, of which there would be 4 left, are versatile. And, of course, you have Garrett Stubbs. That would be your backup catcher. And then you really have room for 3 players beyond that. And so if you kind of consider Pache or Merrifield, one of the 2 is going to have to be that. One of them will probably start opening day, and then at least you only 2 more. And again, you want the continued diversity of your players, then you do need some left-handed bats. And I think that Jake Cave, especially because he's out of minor league options, I think he could be that. I think David Dahl has put up a good showing this spring, but he's not on the 40-man roster. And again, the Phillies tend to like to keep the players that they have in the organization as much as possible, because you never know when you'll need them down the line. And beyond that, I personally, with that last spot, I would go Cody Clemens among the other lefties, because he can play around the diamond. And when you're devoting one roster spot to a straight DH in Kyle Schwarber, you really want that positional diversity. Now, they could always surprise you. Will not be Rodolfo Castro, by the way. He was also sent to AAA today.
Right.
So, yeah. which they hung on to him all last year so that they could send him to the minors this year. So it finally happened.
Yep.
But yeah, so I kind of see it trending that way. I mean, you never know. Like last year, the Phillies got Jeff Hoffman on waivers at the last possible minute. If they like somebody that's out there, they might give him a shot. But I think right now you want to have a good balance of the right-handed bats, left-handed bats, and positional versatility, especially with now a dedicated DH.
Frank, you mentioned Cody Clemens. I mean, that guy just makes way too much sense. I mean, you mentioned the versatility. And if you're going to have a left-handed bat on a team that already has a lot of left-handers, you're right. It needs to be someone who has some versatility. It can't just be a guy like Derek Hall you mentioned who's single-dimensional. But when you think about how this roster is being built out, overall, Frank, how much of the roster on opening day do you think is going to be what we see by the trade deadline?
Well, you never know what'll happen. Unfortunately, some guys get hurt and some don't work out. So I think there are a lot of questions still remaining too around the bullpen. You don't really know where they're going to go with that.
Right.
Orion Kirkering's a little bit behind because he had a flu that kind of knocked him out, so he might not be ready for opening day. And you have the guys like Connor Brogdon, who might be on the bubble. He's out of minor league options, so he either has to come up or he gets exposed to waivers for every other team to grab. And I think another team out there would love to give a shot to somebody like Connor Brogdon. So, I think it will depend a lot on injury. I mean, even compared to last year, the way the season ended, this roster is not going to be all that different. I mean, Merrifield was the big addition. Otherwise, it's been mostly the same. So I don't think there's going to be any real shattering changes unless there's a clear need as you get to that trade deadline. I mean, it could be the Phillies, find out that they need more starting depth. I'm still not comfortable with the starting pitching depth that the Phillies have right now because, even if someone has a hangnail and misses 2 weeks, there's really no clear number 6 starter that you can throw right in there. So I think that's going to be for the third trade deadline in a row. That's going to be something that the Phillies are going to have to address. But most of the roster being the roster that they ended 2023 with, I see it staying pretty intact because I mean it is a pretty good group. They've paid them a lot of money, and they've won some games with them. So I see nothing really earth shattering, but I still don't love the starting pitching depth, and as you get to the trade deadline, that might be exactly what the Phillies are looking for.
With that being said, Frank, before I let you go, I appreciate you jumping on here. We saw Blake Snell finally land with the Giants last night. So you mentioned about starting pitching. Is there any chance the Phillies could maybe zero in last minute on Jordan Montgomery?
I haven't heard them connected to him much at all. I mean, he's probably now considering he and Snell have the same agent, he might end up doing a similar type of deal to Snell, which is a 1-year deal. But if that 1 year goes poorly for the pitcher, they get to stay a second year. That's kind of the way the contract was structured. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he would have to kind of fall in their lap. I keep hearing Montgomery connected to the Red Sox, but it hasn't happened yet. So it'd be really interesting to see how that plays out. But, Montgomery had been interested in returning to Texas. Texas doesn't have the cash for him. So that didn't work out. So I kind of get the sense the Phillies don't want to go that big in that area. I tend to think that they rather waited till the trade deadline to see if they have a need. I mean, of the 5 guys they have, I mean, they're of course very committed to Walker with that long-term deal he's in, and they like what they've seen of Sanchez this spring. There were no alarm bells going off, so I think they're content just to fill up AAA with the Kobe Allards and Nick Nelsons and et cetera, and just see if any of them emerges as an option if they need one to maybe get them to the trade deadline. I don't really see the Phillies in on Montgomery, but who knows? I've been surprised before.
That is true. We all have been surprised before. Frank Klose sees Phillies mailbag over at 97.3ESPN.com. He takes your questions each week at Frank Klose with a K on the Twitter X platform. And he joined us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, appreciate it.
Always good to talk to you, Josh.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. A lot of great insights there from Frank Klose there. And don't forget, another opportunity for you to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore, presented by Phillies Sports Trips, where you and a friend is not just a ride to the game. They provide food. They provide a tailgate experience unlike any other. You get to go to Baltimore, award-winning food catered to you, and of course, everything you could ever want from a tailgate on the road at the game in Camden Yards in Baltimore, Father's Day weekend. So when you hear that sounder coming up in about 10 minutes from now, will be your next chance to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore contest. All right, still to come, we got text board messages to get to, as well as on this day, some big moments in NCAA tournament history we'll get through throughout the day because we are ramping up for March Madness. It begins tonight with the first four right here on 97.3 ESPN at 6:30.
Listen to all the madness.
Wide open.
March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. Matt Black Nissan.com. It's on at Matt Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township. Progressive presents advice on new teen drivers.
You know, the hardest part about teaching your teen to drive is the chafing from the seatbelt. But the best part is the grip strength you build in your knuckles. Okay, now let's pull out of the driveway.
Here's another tip. Offset a chunk of the cost of adding a teen to your insurance with Progressive's Teen Driver Discount and get a break from the break. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Hi, this is Brighton Richards from Apex East Roofing. You know, the blonde-haired girl in the pink truck. We are the first and only certified fortified roofer in New Jersey, able to install hurricane, wind, and hail-secured roofs. The spring is the perfect time of year to get these roofs installed so that you're prepared for the upcoming hurricane season. Certified fortified roofs can also lower your insurance premiums. For more info, visit apexeastroofing.com.
Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers, excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're waiting for the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle, stop waiting and listen to these incredible deals at Bennett Chevrolet during March Markdown, where you can save up to 20% on new Chevys. Yes, up to 20% savings with GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates. No games, no gimmicks. Just the best offer you'll find anywhere. Plus, there's available 1.9% financing. And Bennett is paying a whopping $10,000 cash for any clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That is a minimum 10 grand regardless of condition or miles. Can you imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade? While Bennett Chevy offers the best deals you can find on any new or pre-owned vehicle, you can always count on a wonderful car buying experience with our non-commissioned sales team, who are paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Nobody beats a Bennett deal. Nobody. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Hey, it's John Marks. Growing up here, I know that the fans get the last word. The fans have spoken, and real Philly sports fans love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. 24/7 live casino action. Join me now and download the BetParx app, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports: Philly hoops, Philly hockey, college basketball, and more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the BetParx app. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the BetParx app or at betparx.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you love a good cigar almost as much as your
family? Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you can find that perfect cigar at Smoker's Haven. With 5 New Jersey locations, Smoker's Haven has the finest selection of cigars in the area, like Ashton, My Father's, Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, and more. All from the finest tobacco leaves and hand-rolled by the world's finest cigar makers. All locations are fully open. Stop in and let them help you find the perfect cigar to pair with your life. See all they have and their locations at smokershavennj.com.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay. This discount begins the month after you enroll. See website for data management practices.
Hi, Mike Gill here. Looking for the car of your dreams? Well, lucky you. You don't have to drive to Turnersville or Maple Shade to find it. Just go see my friend Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City. We'll get you into an Acura Integra A-Spec for $379 a month for 48 months with just $29.99 down. That's it. No additional charges or hidden fees. So go see Rocco at Key Acura, Tilton Road, EHD, the small but friendly dealer with convenient Saturday service hours. Online at KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stuff would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back in here, filling for Mike Gill. The NCAA tournament is right here. And of course, coverage being brought to you for the New Jersey Lottery Quick Draw. For the New Jersey Lottery is now Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a rolling jackpot. That's a free chance to win the growing jackpot every time you play. On this day in 1966, Texas Western, now called UTEP, became the first team to start 5 African Americans in the NCAA tournament title game, beating Kentucky team that included Pat Riley. The team was immortalized in the 2006 film Glory Road, which is a pretty good movie, if I might say so myself. So again, history. On this day in 1966, when Texas Western won the NCAA tournament title game, and on this day, this NCAA tournament flashback being brought to the NJ Lottery. Quick Draw from New Jersey Lottery is now Quick Draw Progressive. There's a free chance to win a growing jackpot every time you play with the New Jersey Lottery. First 4 begins tonight and tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. is the coverage right here on 973 ESPN FM. Check back in on the text board before we wrap up this hour. 609-403-0973 is the text board. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. See how I'm getting a lot of great answers on the text board on Facebook about who would you want on your side if you were in the theoretical bar fight with your buddies, right? You guys against some bunch of tools, we'll call them, right? A bunch of tool bags coming into and basically causing some trouble, maybe roughing up the waitress or something, and you get in their face and, you know, they got something to say and somebody else shows up and then, you know, Lane Johnson standing over your shoulder. It's a pretty good guy to have. I will say, though, the people who are messaging in Joe Frazier and Bernard Hopkins, the point of this exercise is to not name fighters. Okay? We're not looking... Listen, in a real world scenario, yes, you want the guy who knows how to fight with you in a fight, in the most literal sense of the term. I'm not looking for a literal... I'm looking for, like, hey, you're out with your buddies, and one of your buddies just happens to be friends with Lane Johnson or something. Or maybe one of your buddies happens to be friends with Pete Incaviglia. Or one of your buddies happens to be friends with Donald Brashear of the Flyers. Like, that's what I'm talking about, okay? So to the people who are saying Joe Frazier and Bernard Hopkins, that's too Captain Obvious. We cannot accept submissions of actual people who can fight. Because then there'd be no athletes to go from. Because then you could just do an entire list of Bernard Hopkins and Ryan Garcia and Joe Frazier and all kinds of people who are from the Philadelphia area who are considered Philly athletes. Yeah, all of those guys will literally send you well, but no, let's try to keep it to non-professional fighters for this list. Because then you're getting into Eddie Alvarez for MMA, Ben Askren. I mean, these guys have been champs. I mean, why not have them on your side too? So yeah, let's try to keep it narrowed down here, folks. All right, there's the sounder, caller number 7. You are in for the Phillies with the Baltimore contest presented by Phillies Sports Trips. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are qualified. Today is one of the final days for you to qualify for the Phillies Sports Trips to Baltimore. Father's Day weekend, full-blown tailgate, tickets to the game. This is not just, hey, here's a ticket to the game. No, this is an experience. Thanks to Philly Sports Trips. Your call number 7, you are a qualifier for the contest, and you must be present next Thursday at Maynard's in Margate for the Phillies watch party with Mike Gill and the Sports Bash. 609-573-3776 is the call-in line. Call number 7. Good luck.
The field is set, and your bracket predictions are hopefully done. The 2024 Big Dance tips off with first 4 games from Dayton. Then on Thursday, all day first-round action gets underway. To make sure you don't miss any of the action, stay tuned for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA Men's Tournament right here.
Listen to all the madness.
Oh, my goodness.
March Madness right here on 97.3 ESPN.
Happy first day back at work. Can't wait to see you tonight. We are so proud of you.
There are many reasons to start recovery. If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, we are here to help. Call us. Our trained counselors are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help. Your recovery is within reach. Call 844-REACH-NJ to learn about medication that can support your recovery. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage, not available in all states.
To celebrate the new Quick Draw Progressive from the New Jersey Lottery, give it up for the rolling jackpot.
The jackpot keeps rolling, rolling, jackpot rolling. It's growing, all right.
Quick Draw is now Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a rolling jackpot with every play.
Quick Draw, jackpot, jackpot, Quick Draw. Play today. All right.
Play Quick Draw Progressive today.
Anything can happen in Jersey.
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Target, our prices for Easter are so low, you can put all your eggs in one basket. Surprise them with Target exclusive Favor Day treats, like our unique chocolate bunny and a cute basket, all from just $4. Add in some fun with a 6-pack of bubbles, 50-piece sidewalk chalk, and super soft stuffed animals, all from $5. And get great family picks with new Easter looks. It's easy with women's and girls' dresses for only $20 and under. Low prices on everything for Easter? Now that's Target.
Listen up, New Jersey and Philly car buyers. Matt Blatt Mitsubishi has only 3 questions for you. Do you have a job? Do you want a new car? Do you want 0 down? Why would you buy a used car or pay high interest rates? If you have a job clearing $450 per week, Matt Blatt Mitsubishi wants to approve you. So bring any trade and drive home in a brand new Mitsubishi, like the all-new 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander with 0 down and 0% financing for 60 months. Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty for the price of most used cars with 0 down. Matt Flat Mitsubishi keeps the rates low. With a 4-day love it or leave it return policy, you can't go wrong. Simply Matt Platt Mitsubishi. Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. 1666 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2023 Mitsubishi Outlanders. Not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 4/1/24. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
When you open the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. Winning is always a rush, but the money is in the moments. It's the anticipation of another face card, the thrill of an extra spin, and the pure joy of a jackpot. It's all your favorite games at your fingertips. Plus, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. You play for fun, you love to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
One night, one stage. Woo! Country music's hottest supergroup, the Frontmen, featuring Richie McDonald, formerly of Lone Star. Baby, Larry Stewart, lead singer of Restless Heart. Tim Rushlow, formerly of Little Texas. Friday, March 29th, the Excite Center at Parks Casino. The voices that brought you 3 decades of #1 country hits live. On sale now at parkscasino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
Ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly up the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game, or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never over. 365, 21 plus over. President of New Jersey. You or someone who has a gambling problem, and that's how you can do it. Terms and conditions apply. Oh,
Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Josh and Phillies, Mike Gill here on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. Congratulations to David in Lacey Township. He is our latest qualifier for the Phillies trip to Baltimore Contest. An opportunity coming up in about 15 minutes from now here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, the good news is the Sixers have won 2 straight games. Bad news is they have the road trips as they're going against arguably for the more difficult road matchups for Western Conference. Only the big probably road trip first to play the Warriors at some point, but still, Suns, Lakers, Clippers, Kings, not an easy feat. So we'll ask Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joining us here about the state of the Sixers as they go on their road trip. Paul, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Josh. How are you?
Before we get into the Sixers, I got to ask you our question of the day, okay? So over at 973 ESPN on Facebook, we're asking the listeners throughout the day, and I'm going to read through all their answers a little bit later. So you actually get to be the first person on air to give your answer, okay? So the question of the day is, and again, it's a theoretical question. We are not advocating fighting, okay, at the bar. But if you could have 4 Philly athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3, Paul Hudrick?
Ooh, Kyle Lowry would be a hell of a pick. But I got to say, Sixers-wise, it's tough because, man, there's a lot. If we're talking current guys on the Sixers roster, I have to say Kyle Lowry's certainly in there. If you look at the Flyers, Delorier, I mean, that dude's just a tough dude.
Yep.
So a guy I wouldn't want a part of. Yeah, I mean, if the Phillies guys is an interesting one, I think, because I don't know who I would necessarily pick. Maybe Castellanos is the guy.
Okay. You go a little more wild card there with Nick C.
Yeah, I don't know who else who else would be maybe Real Muto because he's a pretty tough guy and catching and all that maybe, and he's a former football player. Maybe he's a guy.
Well, so is Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber would be a good one too. Pretty tough guy, leader as well. And then what am I missing here? And then the Eagles. I mean, yeah, I mean that would be where I would fall. It would be a little tricky because there's probably so many good candidates. I mean, Jordan Davis, maybe just for the intimidation factor alone,
right.
That might be where I would go. Just because walking like the proverbial walking off the bus. I'm coming out with that guy. I'm feeling pretty good about things.
Yeah. It's funny because some people have answered like all of the guys on the Eagles offensive line. Some people have like only Flyers players. Like it's funny some of the answers. I did appreciate the fact you didn't violate the one rule of the contest, which is I asked for no professional fighters because people are like, like Joe Frazier, Bernard Hopkins. And I'm like, well, of course, in the most literal sense, Paul, you would want a literal fighter on your side in a fight. But the whole point is like you're out with your buddies having a drink, and maybe your buddy is friends with Lane Johnson, or maybe your buddy is friends with Nick DeLauria that you mentioned. And this scenario is the classic we've all seen a TV show or a movie. Some tools come in and they maybe get in the waitress's face, or they're rude to somebody, or they throw a beer at somebody, and you just feel obligated to stand up for somebody. And it's always better if like Lane Johnson is standing over your shoulder than, let's say, Darren Sproles. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Your Landon Dickerson was right there for the taking too. I mean, that would be.
Yeah.
He is definitely a bully, and he's
6'5", 320, whatever he is.
Yeah, he's not a dude I want to. I mean, to say the entire offensive line is actually that's pretty fair. Yeah.
So back to the original point we had for the Sixers, Paul. I mentioned Lowry in the question though because I felt like he has really lived up to the bill. When the Sixers brought him in, which is he's going to be a culture guy, he's going to be a leader. We kind of all joked when Nick Nurse said, "Oh, he's competing for that second guard spot." And we're all looking around like, "Really, Lowry?" But man, it felt like he was a catalyst for that team winning last night, Paul.
Some guys are just winning players, and he is just a winning basketball player. He is going to find a way to impact the game. He might not shoot it well. He might not score a lot of points, but he's going to come up with a big steal. He's going to come up with a big rebound. He's going to hit, he's the kind of guy who will go 1 for 10, but then he'll nail, a big three in the last 2 minutes of a game. Like that's just the way he is. Some guys are just built like that. They're smart. They're not afraid of the moment. And, when you look back at the Sixers and some of the teams that they've had in this Joel Embiid era, how many guys can we honestly say fit that description? I'm not sure many, if at all, when we were really looking at it. I mean, Lowry fits that bill more than any player I can ever remember the Sixers having. And with all due respect to Patrick Beverley, who I thought did a hell of a job when he was here, still has plenty left in the tank and is still up in the Milwaukee Bucks. What Lowry is providing is all of that stuff that Beverley did, but also a whole hell of a lot more as far as being a pure point guard running the team. And I just think there is a presence, there is a toughness, there is all those intangible things that you literally just can't put a value on. Kyle Lowry has them an exponential amount of intangibles. It's truly such for a buyout player. I can't recall a more impact guy with the Sixers.
When you think about this team moving forward, what do you think is a realistic expectation for Kyle? Because, he's not going to play 38, 40 minutes a night. He's not that young anymore. But, is he a guy that Nick Nurse can say, look, Kyle, just give me a good 30 every night and we'll be good?
I mean, he's playing like 35 some guys recently.
True,
but yeah,
true.
No, when you get to the playoffs, yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder. The intensity is going to ratchet up. I think from the Sixers perspective, I don't know what's going to happen with DeAnthony Melton, but you would hope that DeAnthony Melton could come back because he's a pretty darn good player and a guy that can help you out a lot. You hope that Buddy Hield starts getting going a little bit and kind of forces your hand there to give him some more minutes. Kelly Oubre, like when everyone's healthy, he looks pretty darn good as well. So you hope that, as the team gets healthier and you have more options, that maybe you don't have to rely on Kyle as much to play 35, 36 minutes. But yeah, I mean, Kenny, until he proves that he can, I guess you have to think that maybe he can. And again, I think with him though, too, you're not looking for him like, and I said this as soon as I signed him, like you're not looking for him to be the 6-time All-Star guy he was in Toronto. You don't need him to be anywhere near that. You just need him to be a point guard. I kind of look at like it's a different type of player, but the kind of what Mike Connolly's done with the Minnesota Timberwolves, just being that stabilizing point guard who gets the team organized, who makes the smart play, who makes the right play. He's not a star. Once upon a time, Mike Connolly was a really good player. He's not that guy anymore. But when you have a Joel Embiid, when you have a Tyrese Maxey, when you have other guys that can step up and score, you don't need Lowry to be that guy anymore. So I just think he just is going to fit so nicely as just a guy who's not going to demand the ball, is not going to demand shots. I think Nick Nurse might try to play him 35, 36 minutes, but we'll see how that kind of all plays out once the team is fully healthy and hopefully DeAnthony Melton is back.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition on 97.3 ESPN. Speaking of guys coming back, Paul, not trying to throw the guy under the bus, but they've won 2 straight, and no Tobias Harris on the court. How much of that is coincidence, and how much of that is just, maybe something else?
I would say it is coincidence because you just had 2 teams. Like Charlotte is already bad and they were banged up. Miami was really banged up last night. They're missing their 2 leading scorers. Just not the same team you would be. You would expect to play at full strength. With that said, it's pretty obvious right now when I watch Kelly Oubre Jr. play basketball and I watch Tobias Harris play basketball. One looks much better than the other. And quite frankly, I watched Nicholas Batum play basketball and I watched Tobias Harris play basketball, and one looks much better than the other. So while I don't think there is like a direct correlation to say like, oh, Tobias Harris didn't play, so that's why they won, I will say that I think other players are impacting winning and playing better than he is, and that play his position. So it's a concern. It's a really big concern, Josh. It's to a point now where it's not there yet, but like in my head, there is an uncomfortable situation that's going to come to a head, I think, where if Oubre keeps playing at the level he's been playing at recently and Tobias Harris doesn't snap out of this, it's a serious question of who should be getting the bigger minutes and who should maybe be in the starting lineup. Because I think the way someone put it, and I forget that I'm stealing someone's take here, but I just thought it was a good way to put it, is that the biggest difference with a guy like Tobias and a guy like Kelly Oubre is that with Kelly Oubre, for better or worse, he's in the game. He does not, his presence is felt. With Tobias, the big issue is either, there's just too many games where he disappears. And lately it's gone worse than that, where it's just objectively bad. So it's, again, probably more coincidence they've won the last 2 games without him, but that's not to say that there isn't a bigger issue here bubbling up.
I just can't comprehend, Paul, because I've asked some people about this. I can't remember a time that a guy was set to be a free agent and he did the opposite of what they usually do. Like, the guy's literally supposed to be playing for his next contract, and it's almost like he's trying to play his way out of the league, almost. Like, it's so strange to me that, like, I don't think Tobias Harris is an idiot. I don't think Tobias is, like, clueless that his contract is expiring. It just feels like at times you see him on the court and it's just like, I mean, you see people in high school basketball games not do stuff that he does.
With Tobias, I have found in my time covering him that he gets into his own head more than any player I think I've ever covered. And I think that's the biggest part of his issue. So kind of to your point, yeah, he knows it's a contract year. He knows that there is, some teams are, like Detroit Pistons are the ones that kind of makes the most sense and kind of an easy one. Like, there are teams that are going to have some money that are going to offer him some money. And, he knows that. And I do wonder if he presses knowing that. And then there's just a snowball effect that seems to happen with him. Like, I keep comparing and contrasting him, but I think it's fair. Like, Kelly Oubre could miss 10 shots in a row. He is not going to hesitate to take the next one. Tobias, if he misses one, he's thinking about it and he's worried about it for the next one. And that's my concern with him, and that's always kind of been the concern with him. And the other thing, too, Josh, I would say is when Tobias Harris first came to Philadelphia, he was a below-average defensive player. Credit to him that over his time here, he's become, in my opinion, an above-average defensive player. He's been pretty good.
Yeah.
But recently, he is not. He's really struggled on that end, too. So whether it's mental, whether it's physical, whether it's a combination of those things, I don't know what. But, man, for his sake, for the Sixers' sake, like he just has to snap out of it whenever he comes back. And if it's an injury, Josh, I think what the team has shown, kind of to what your point was off the top, they are better off with him not playing than him playing the way he had at the version of what he was.
I mean, I almost hate to say it this way, but I mentioned this in the last hour, Paul. I mean, we're seeing today for the Flyers, they're giving Sean Couturier, the captain, a healthy scratch. They're basically telling Couturier, look, take a day to sit in the box and just get your head and your body right so we have you the rest of the way. I mean, can you actually healthy scratch a basketball player who is on a $180 million contract?
Well, I would like to chime in first of all by saying I think it's very dumb that the Flyers are doing that, but that's a whole nother topic. But no, I don't think that's going to happen with Tobias, and I think, but to your point, maybe that's what this is. Like maybe this is now this ankle injury could be a blessing in disguise for him to reset, get right mentally, and again, and realize if you are hurt or you aren't right in some way, it is better for you to sit out, get right, let the team try to win without you, and then you come back when you're 100% and when you're feeling good and you're feeling in a place that you can contribute to the team, because that just simply hasn't been the case. I will say this, though, too. Like, so the Knicks game, what to me was like the nadir. Like, he was awful in that game. That might have been the worst game I've ever seen him play. And I was not kind to him on LibertyBallers.com. I skewered him properly. It was a poor effort. Incredibly disappointing for a player, like to your point of what he makes and the caliber he's supposed to be. With that said, I actually thought against Milwaukee, he was okay. I thought defensively he was better. You know, no one could guard Giannis, but he hung in there and he battled. He kind of helped them get back in the game in the fourth quarter. That's not to say he should have been better for the first three. But yeah, he just this mental hurdle. Maybe that's what this 2-game absence, or maybe beyond. He's going to go on the trip. It's unclear whether or not he's going to play in Phoenix tomorrow night, but maybe this will be a blessing in disguise for him to just get right mentally and figure out what's going on, and make a contribution when he gets back.
Paul, I want to ask you before we wrap up, looking ahead to this road trip, I mean, it's not going to be easy. Is there any one of these games in this road trip do you think is there maybe a morsel of hope that the Sixers can win one of these games?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough with the NBA because, as we know, and as people will complain about a lot, guys sit out. If players are hurt, they're going to sit out. And when you have teams like Phoenix, like the Lakers, like the Clippers, who are so top heavy, if one or two of their top guys are out, their team then becomes incredibly thin, and it makes it harder for them to win games, just flat out. So, as of right now, I can't predict what guys are going to play, what guys are going to be hurt, and all that. But the Lakers already, I mean, outside of LeBron and Anthony Davis, are dealing with a ton of injuries. So that's a game they theoretically could win. We'll see what Phoenix looks like tomorrow if they're at full strength. That is a very difficult game. Same with Clippers on a Sunday afternoon in LA. That's tough. The Kings are good. I mean, the Kings are a really good team, but they're not a great defensive team. So, and the Sixers have actually, one thing they've done recently is defense. So that actually is, to me, could be an intriguing matchup to watch those two teams kind of square off. So, look, you hope for a split, right? Like that's what you hope for. You hope to try to split two of these games. However it comes, you'll take it. But this is tough. There's just no other way to put it. Without Joel Embiid, this is going to be an extremely difficult road trip, and just winning a game or two would feel like an accomplishment.
And that's what I was going to ask you before I let you go. You let me right into it, Paul. No Joel Embiid, no timetable for his return. And I kind of want to ask you the same question I asked Austin Krell last night when I was at him on game night, you see all these different reporters, right? All with different variations of a report of when Embiid could come back. And you have Nick Nurse saying what he said the other day. Paul, just give us your take on this whole thing, because we know that Embiid's coming back at some point. But it's like, what do we do with all these varying reports all over the place?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I remember there was some initial thought. I think Woj came out and said like late March. That seems to be off the table now. If you listen to some of the other reporters, so April seems more likely. Which, you could make an argument why that makes more sense. You certainly weren't going to take him on the West Coast trip and have him play there. That would have made little sense to me. When you consider, one, he's got to get on a plane cross country. That doesn't seem like a great idea. When he can do the rehab here and get better. Two, you mentioned the gauntlet of teams they're playing. Is that really what you want him to return to the lineup against? Probably not. So, I think there has to be some strategic, thinking to when he's going to come back when he is fully healthy. That's not even to say that I think he is right now. But yeah, to me, April, the first or second week of April seems to make the most sense. To me, I mean, he's got to get at least a handful of games in, at least, when you consider, rhythm, game shape, coalescing with the new guys, all of that. He needs at least a handful of games to figure all of that out. I'll say this too, Josh. I feel like the reason you're not getting a timeline, and anyone can feel free to disagree with it. I'm not sure I agree with it, but I think the way the Sixers are looking at it is, if they put out a timeline and he's not back by it, everyone panics saying, why is he not back? If he comes back earlier in that timeline, everyone says, oh, you rushed him back. He's here too soon. So they're kind of they are kind of, I think, viewing it as a no-win situation for the timeline. Not to say I agree with it. I would like a little bit of clarity myself, and I'm sure all the fans would, but I think that's the way they're looking at it.
He's Paul Hudrick, of course, from Liberty Ball. Check out all of their coverage of the 76ers over on their website, at Paul Hudrick on the Twitter X platform. They joined us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Paul, great stuff today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Josh, anytime, man.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got a ton of answers to get to. You guys have been blowing up the text board, blowing up the DMs, loading up all your comments over at 973 ESPN on Facebook. I'm going to rattle off all your answers come in. I'm going to comment on some of your answers, because some of them are funny. Some of them might make me, give me the side eye, that meme of the dog just kind of tilting his head sideways, very confused. So we'll get to all your messages coming next. Again, the question of the day is, if you could have 4 Philly sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, go out with your buddies, and your buddy is friends with a couple of Philly athletes. Is Kyle Lowry one of the guys you want on your side? And who are the other 3? We'll read all your messages coming up next. Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN, a Tuesday edition, hanging out with you. Don't forget, the first 4 starts tonight at 6:30 p.m. Coverage here on 97.3 ESPN FM. And you can listen to all the games on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
Listen to all the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Listen up, New Jersey and Philly car buyers. Matt Blatt Mitsubishi has only 3 questions for you. Do you have a job? Do you want a new car? Do you want 0 down? Why would you buy a used car or pay high interest rates? If you have a job clearing $450 per week, Matt Blatt Mitsubishi wants to approve you. So bring any trade and drive home in a brand new Mitsubishi, like the all-new 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander with 0 down and 0% financing for 60 months. Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty for the price of most used cars with 0 down. Matt Blatt Mitsubishi keeps the rates low. With a 4-day love it or leave it return policy, you can't go wrong. Simply Matt Blatt Mitsubishi. Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. $16.66 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2023 Mitsubishi Outlanders. Not all will qualify. Go to mattblattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 4/1/24. Matt Blatt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
When you open the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. Winning is always a rush, but the money is in the moments. It's the confidence and underdogs covering. the tension before a clutch turnover, and the pride of a parlay paying off. It's another chance to win big with all-day action. Plus, win your first $10 bet and get $125 in sports bonus bets. You play for fun, you love to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
C21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parks Casino, this is how you win. Action, great dining, and entertainment. Don't miss these world-class headliners coming to the Excite Center inside Parks Casino. Femmes of Rock, May 17th, and Almost Queen, June 14th. For tickets and a complete list of upcoming shows, visit parkscasino.com. Parks Casino, this is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting a high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at BMWAtlanticCity.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Do you love a good cigar almost as much as your family? Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you can find that perfect cigar at Smokers Haven. With 5 New Jersey locations, Smokers Haven has the finest selection of cigars in the area, like Ashton, My Father's, Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, and more. All from the finest tobacco leaves and hand-rolled by the world's finest cigar makers. All locations are fully open. Stop in and let them help you find the perfect cigar to pair with your life. See all they have and their locations at smokershavennj.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig playing for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As promised, I want to get to the question of the day. Okay. And the question of the day, just to run it back. I know people are tuning in, tuning out. People are jumping in, jumping out of the conversation. I appreciate everybody. I mean, we have gotten an onslaught of messages. Okay. So the original question on our Facebook page at 973 ESPN. On the text board at 609-403-0973. On the DMs on 973 ESPN mobile app. You could have 4 Philly sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight. Is Kyle Lowry one of them, and who are the other 3? Get to your answer in just a moment. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleaf's is your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleafs.net. All right, so we have been getting some very interesting answers throughout the day, okay? So there's no, I don't think there's a wrong answer. The only answer that I have looked at that I think is like kind of cheating is, I've had people talk about how, hey, Joe Frazier, Bernard Hopkins, and my response to that is, then it's just like ridiculous. Now you're getting into the range of it's like it's not even about who you're hanging out with anymore. Now it's about just letting someone else do all the work. You know what I mean? Like if someone's coming at your buddies, the whole point is for you and your buddies to be able to like work together, like do this together. And so like if you're the guy who goes out there and has like Bernard Hopkins or Joe Frazier in his prime, and it's like the scene from Rocky V where he tells Tommy Morrison, you think this is going to be a boxing match? This is going to be a fair fight? It's not even a fair fight at that point. Now it's just ridiculous. And, shout out to Mike over on the Facebook. He says, work harder, not smarter, bro. When he says he put Joe Frazier out there. But so we're trying to stay away from actual fighters. This is supposed to be the idea that you're hanging out with some people. Like Tom and Hamilton is a fun list, right? He has Donald Brashear and Dave Schultz. A lot of Dave Schultz is coming in here. Brashear and Schultz are definitely feel like 2 guys who are going to, knock them down and knock somebody out. Like, let me put this beer down and then I'm going to go out there and put you down kind of thing. Bill and EHT says 4 guys I pick are Joel Embiid, Bryce Harper, Jordan Mailata, and Lane Johnson. Now, the problem with Bill and EHT's list is that Joel Embiid doesn't drink. He doesn't drink alcohol. So Embiid probably wouldn't be at the bar with you guys. You'd have to like wave him over to come over and join you. And as I said earlier, I don't see Harper as like a rough and tumble kind of dude. I see Harper more as a, break glass in case of emergency, right? Now, Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson, those guys are not just going to throw down with you. They're going to throw down some drinks with you after throwing the guys out of the bar, and then they'll buy a round of drinks for everybody else kind of thing. Like Lane Johnson to me is the ultimate guy you want on your side. He is like the ultimate protector kind of dude because Lane is such an everyman, but he's also such a hard worker and he's such a real dude that like I can legitimately see myself hanging out with Lane at the bar or at a craft brewery and just hanging out, having some brews, and then him being like your guy if you need him for something. And Mailata just seems like a fun guy to hang out with. Like he seems like the kind of guy that you want to hang out with. You want to, tell some stories, hear some cool stories. He feels like a guy that tells some really good stories. Tony from Sea Isle says, let's see here. He's got Chuck Bednarik, legend, right? Dave Schultz, again, we've heard him before. Brian Dawkins. So those are some of the guys that he would have out there. So I see some Bednariks coming up. Concrete Charlie's a legend. So I feel like anyone who throws his name out there is probably going to be in pretty good company. Concrete Charlie, anytime from age 20 to 50, I felt like he was putting people down. Like even after his career was done, he was tough as nails. He was tough as they get. So I could totally see Concrete Charlie turning around and, giving like the "you messing with me" look to somebody and then just throwing somebody out and getting back to business. Another message coming in here, 609-403-0973. He says, I'd take Kyle Lowry. He says, I'd also take Dave Schultz, Bill Romanowski, and John Runyon. I haven't seen Romanowski. That's a good poll. People forget that Romanowski played for the Eagles years ago. But yeah, he's a crazy dude. Sometimes you need the crazy guy on your side. Sometimes you need that guy who's just going to go nuts. It's like the scene from Batman with Michael Keaton where he grabs the poker and smashes the vase. And he tells the Joker, you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. I feel like that's who Bill Romanowski is. That's who Romo is. Let's see here. Slack Tie Jordy chiming in. He says, Dave Schultz, Jeremiah Trotter, Montrezl Harrell, and Big Dom. He says Big Dom is a joke, but I would take Reggie White. So Reggie's interesting because Reggie is probably the biggest good-hearted person in the world who you never want to mess with, kind of deal. Like he feels like he's the guy who protects his family at all costs. To me, Big Dom's not a joke. There's a reason why Big Dom is the head of Eagle security. Like there have been years where people have said, hey, I saw so-and-so, like some fill-in-the-blank player. Well, how did you know it was him? Because Big Dom was with him. There's a reason why Big Dom goes with these athletes places. Slack Tie Jordy, that's no joke putting Big Dom in there. Big Dom, he's not a Philly athlete, but he will put you down if necessary. I love the Jeremiah Trotter poll because Trotter just seems like such an everyman, kind of like Lane Johnson as well. Montrezl Harrell, really though? Come on, man. Montrezl Harrell? You were doing good till Montrezl Harrell. Dave from Vineland chimes in and says, I say yes to Kyle Lowry along with Allen Iverson, Chuck Bednarik, and Dave Schultz. That's from Dave in Vineland. Now, no offense to Allen Iverson, but I don't know if I want Allen on my side in a bar fight. I feel like Allen feels like the guy who might try to avoid a fight. You might be fighting to protect him at that point. You know what I mean? He's not the biggest dude in the world. I feel like Kyle Lowry is way more of a scrapper than Iverson is. And then, of course, the traditional Bednarik. A lot of Chuck Bednarik, a lot of Dave Schultz is coming in. Let's see here. Glenn in Northfield says Rick Mahorn has to have in a fight. Rick Mahorn, that's a great poll by Glenn in Northfield. He also says A.J. Brown and Garnett Hathaway. Garnett Hathaway, I mean, that's a great poll as well. That's similar to what Paul Hudrick said about Nick Delorier. Like Hathaway or Delorier feel like two guys that like you could hang out with. If things get nuts, they'll hang with you, AJ Brown, I never really thought of AJ Brown as like a guy who I want on my side, but I mean, he's a tough guy athlete, right? He's a guy who I could definitely see, not being scared of nobody. So, by the way, someone texted in, Bryce Harper doesn't drink either. That's a good job by that texter. Yeah. So Harper and B don't drink, so they probably wouldn't be with you at the bar in this scenario. But either with Brian Dawkins. So, but maybe like, a Harper or a Dawkins, maybe you're like your designated driver, right? Maybe those guys, your designated driver, and they're the ones who have to like try to keep the peace. And when peace doesn't get kept, they put the law down, kind of deal. Andrew in Summers Point, he says Jeremiah Trotter, Reggie White, and Brian Dawkins to go along with Kyle Lowry. Yep. Some good names as well. Jack from KMA Courthouse chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says John Runyon, Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey. So basically, just going with the Eagles offensive line. And you can't go wrong with that. You can't go wrong with the Eagles O-line. I've seen a lot of John Runyons. I feel like some of you might have seen John Runyon out and about somewhere. Landon Dickerson is a great name because Landon Dickerson doesn't just look like he's big and strong. He looks like he's a little country. He looks like he's a little, he's seen a thing or two in his day. You know what I mean? Like he might not be old, but he from one of them towns. One of them towns. You know what I mean? That, maybe might have seen a thing or two. He's been around. Kind of deal. Let's get some more messages coming in here. From the Facebook page, we got Steve says Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, and Seth Joyner. Got a Seth Joyner being thrown in there. Okay, so now I feel like Seth, though, even though he's an older gentleman now, I feel like Seth could still hang. You know what I mean? I feel like Seth could still be, the man. Ryan chimes in and says Kelsey, because he'd buy everyone drinks, try to avoid the fight. And then it would be one hell of a time after the fight. He says Brian Dawkins, because he'd be sober and whoop up on anyone if anything happened. Chuck Bednarik, because your name is Concrete, I'm honored to have you on my side at the bar. And then Ryan brings up a new name to the conversation. Ryan says Carcillo. Once again, if your name is Car Bomb, someone is going to be on the receiving end of those bombs. Yeah, Carcillo is a great poll. That's a great poll. I got one person say, what about Wilt Chamberlain? It says Tom says Wilt Chamberlain. The thing with Wilt is that would he be too busy with the ladies to actually get around to helping you in the fight? That's my only problem with Wilt. Jet from Ocean City chimes in and says, I'm taking 3 flyers with me. Craig Berube, Dave Brown, and Donald Brashear. And he says, I'm going with Billy Schweim as well. Billy's my guy, but I think there's a lot of people I choose for Billy that I want as a tag team partner, right? Craig Berube is a great choice. Listen, Craig Berube comes off as gruff and everything. He is tough. Craig Berube is a tough dude. And then Donald Brashear, that guy is going to throw bombs as well. Blake says Chuck Bednarik, Andre Waters, Jordan Mailata, and Charles Barkley. Now, Charles Barkley, he has a history of getting into a couple of confrontations in his younger days. That's definitely a good poll by Blake. Andre Waters, he might not have to punch him, he should tackle somebody. He might break somebody in half. Dave says Daryl Dawkins. There's a name for the class. Chocolate Thunder right there. Dave Brown for the Flyers. How about Pete Incaviglia? There's a poll. Petey Ink, that guy was part of Macho Row. You think he couldn't throw down? Of course he could. Brad chimes in and says Dave Schultz, Brian Dawkins, Pete Rose, and Chuck Bednarik. Pete Rose does seem like a bit of a wild man. Speaking of wild men, how about Lenny Dykstra? I got a few Lenny Dykstras coming in here. Nails. And when your nickname is Nails, I feel like you've seen and done a few things in your life. Can you imagine Lenny Dykstra in his prime? If you are going out in prime 1993 Phillies, you and Lenny Dykstra hit the town. If anyone is dumb enough to bother you, that's the level you're at with that guy. Glenn chimes in and says, Lindros, Dave Schultz, and Donald Brashear to go along with Kyle Lowry. Lindros is interesting because I don't feel like Lindros is like a super aggressive guy. I don't feel like he's a guy who would ever he would finish the fight. He'd never start a fight kind of deal. He'd let you swing first and then he'd come for some. Raymond chimes in says Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and Hassan Reddick. But the problem with Raymond's list is that 2 of the 3 guys won't play for the Eagles anymore. It looks like moving forward. Giuseppe chimes in and says Charles Barkley, Dave Brown, and Derek Coleman. Wow, you went Derek Coleman on me. Derek Coleman's the lefty, so he's going to be getting a completely different angle for some of these situations. A couple more texts coming on the text board, 609-403. These answers are great. 609-403-0973. Dan EHC says, Lay Dykstra all day. If I feel like getting arrested, he's my guy, but maybe not. He says, if you want to be buried in concrete, hang out with Big Dom. Otherwise, Pete Rose would fight dirty, says Dan EHT. That's a good point. Pete Rose might not actually be the most above board guy. He might be doing some illegal strikes, if we'll call it that, if you know what I mean. Let's see here. Ben in Cape May Courthouse chimes in and says Lowry for the small guys, Lane Johnson for the mean old guy. Jalen Carter, first man off the bus, and Mailata is the leader. That's a terrifying group. That's from Bennett Courthouse. By the way, Jalen Carter is a good pull. I feel like Jalen Carter is also kind of like Landon Dickerson. Like, he's a Southern guy. He's seen a few things kind of deal. You know what I mean? Any of those country guys, I feel pretty safe hanging out with. JW to Ocean City's got Charles Barkley, John Runyon, Seth Joyner, and Dave Brown. Good choices from JW over in Ocean City. Matt in Sicklerville says, give me Frank the Animal. Charles Barkley, Lane Johnson, and Lane Dykstra all juiced up. Matt Sicklerville's right. Lane Dykstra on the juice. I mean, that's peak Macho Row. Dykstra, Dutch Dalton. We heard Pete Incaviglia earlier. I mean, those dudes are definitely people you want on your side in those situations. Tom from the Village chimes in and says, Jason Kelsey, Ron Hextall, and Chris Terrian to go along with Kyle Lowry. Now, there's two names right there, Hextall and Terrian. We know Hextall can fight. We've seen him actually get in fights in the NHL. And, of course, Terrian's a tough dude as well. He is a tough dude as well, for sure. Let's get a couple more squeezing in here. Andrew in Summers Point says, how about Dave Hollins, Lenny Dykstra, John Kruk, and Mitch Williams? Dave Hollins is another great pull. Dave Hollins, I mean, that guy's got some infamy hanging around him, right? Anonymous texture chimes in and says, Josh, Concrete Charlie was a member of our church. He would hover over every person in the church. I wish you left your name, texture. It was anonymous text, but can you imagine Chuck Bednarik going to your church? You might ask Chuck Bednarik to just stand by the door and protect this house. You might just put an Under Armour shirt on him and say, God bless this house and Concrete Charlie protect this house. I'll get to more of your messages a little bit later in the show, but I had to run through the first batch coming in. Some great names coming for our question of the day here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon on this day in NCAA tournament history. That's coming up next.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Happy spring from Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year to schedule your spring AC maintenance before the busy season arrives. Join their family comfort plan for savings on your spring tune-up. Plus, get priority scheduling and same-day service all summer long. Did you know it also covers plumbing service calls, too? Call Broadlee's today to sign up for the Family Comfort Plan at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net.
Don't you love an extra $100 in your pocket? Have a TurboTax expert file your taxes for you by March 31st to get $100 back instantly. Because no matter what moves you made last year, TurboTax makes them count. That means getting $100 back and 100% accurate taxes, only from Intuit TurboTax. Must file by 3/31. Credit only applicable to federal filing fees with TurboTax full service. Offer can be modified or terminated at any time.
Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first. Voted best of the best in Jersey Shores. For roofing and siding, windows and doors. 24-month financing, no payments, no interest. You're certified GAFE contractors. Champion-Exteriors.com. Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Jaron.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my Cricket phone for everything. It's basically like another band member.
Don't miss a single beat. Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers, excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're waiting for the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle, stop waiting and listen to these incredible deals at Bennett Chevrolet during March Markdown, where you can save up to 20% on new Chevys. Yes, up to 20% savings with GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates. No games, no gimmicks. Just the best offer you'll find anywhere. Plus, there's available 1.9% financing. And Bennett is paying a whopping $10,000 cash for any clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That is a minimum 10 grand regardless of condition or miles. Can you imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade? While Bennett Chevy offers the best deals you can find on any new or pre-owned vehicle, you can always count on a wonderful car buying experience with our non-commissioned sales team, who are paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Nobody beats a Bennett deal. Nobody. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting a high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a game-winning goal in the final seconds of overtime or a shot on goal in the first period. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in New Jersey. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
NCAA history is being brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. Quick draw from the New Jersey Lottery is now Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a rolling jackpot. That's a free chance to win the growing jackpot every time you play. On this day in 1995, Tyus Edney was coast to coast with a buzzer-beating layup to beat Missouri in the NCAA tournament round of 32. UCLA goes on to win the national title. Yeah, Titus Edney, Ed O'Bannon. That was a fun team back in the day for the UCLA Bruins. That was today in 1995. In our NCAA tournament this day, Flashback is being brought to you by the Quick Draw from the New Jersey Lottery. Now, Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a jackpot. New Jersey Lottery today. The NCAA tournament begins tonight. 6:30 p.m. is coverage for the first four right here on 97.3 ESPN. Another opportunity for you to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore with Philly Sports Trips coming up in about a minute and a half from right now. I'll squeeze in a couple more texts to get in. By the way, shout out to John Devlin. He was the one who talked about Concrete Charlie going to. That's pretty cool, John Devlin. It must have been a cool experience to have Concrete Charlie at church. I mean, that's iconic. By the way, I respect the slack tie Jordy for pushing back on me. He says Montrezl Harrell is an absolute frightening human being. Hey man, I'm not saying it's a bad choice, just not my choice. Maybe that's how I should have defined it. I gotta give you credit. You put Big Dom in there. That's a solid pull by slack tie Jordan. We'll get more of your guys, people to throw in there who you would want on your side in a theoretical bar fight. A lot of great text coming, a lot of messages on the Facebook page at 973 ESPN. Still to come here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 with Adam Caplan coming up in about 8 minutes from now. Also 5 from Danny Ryan the next hour, and Associated Press senior NFL writer Rob Maaddi at 5:30 today. All that and more still to come on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. But right now, you know what time it is. You know that sounder means caller number 7 at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are in for the Phillies trip to Baltimore contest. As a qualifier, you must be present next Thursday, March 28th at Maynard's in Margate, where Mike Gill and the Sports Bash will be broadcasting live during the Phillies watch party for opening day. You can be on the Phillies sports trip. It is a trip unlike any other. It's more than just a ticket and a ride to the game. You are getting a full-blown tailgate and an experience of food and Philly sports. But you got to be calling number 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Call number 7. Good luck. Football at 4 with Adam Caplan coming up next on 97.3.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Jester's Dive Bar for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
Hey, it's John Marks. Growing up here, I know that the fans get the last word. The fans have spoken, and real Philly sports fans love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. 24/7 live casino action. Join me now and download the BetParx app, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports. Philly hoops, Philly hockey, college basketball, and more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the BetParx app. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the BetParx app or at betparx.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the March Spring Sale, March 15th through the 25th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $28.92. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Do you love a good cigar almost as much as your family? Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you can find that perfect cigar at Smokers Haven. With 5 New Jersey locations, Smokers Haven has the finest selection of cigars in the area, like Ashton, My Father's, Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, and more, all from the finest tobacco leaves and hand-rolled by the finest cigar makers. All locations are fully open. Stop in and let them help you find the perfect cigar to pair with your life. See all they have and their locations at smokershavennj.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
It's Phil's opening day at Maynard's Cafe in Margate on Thursday, March 28th. Win a Phillies road trip to Baltimore, Green Day, or sold-out Creed tickets. Visit for lunch or dinner and try Maynard's famous sandwiches and stay for the fun-filled nightlife. Come to Maynard's on Thursday, March 28th for the Phil's opening day starting at 2 p.m. There's always something exciting at Maynard's, including Easter Saturday with a special appearance by the Easter Bunny. Visit Maynard's today, your one-stop destination for fun in Margate.
This is South Jersey Sports Leader, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live from inside the Matt Blatt Kia studios, this is Football at 4.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, co-hosted by Adam Caplan and Jeff Mosher. Of course, each and every week, download, subscribe, wherever you get your podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcast. And don't forget about Inside the Birds on YouTube as well. Adam Caplan is back here to get into more details about the latest with the Eagles. Adam, how you doing on this Tuesday?
Josh, I'm well. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, we're rolling here. The second week of free agency, things have really slowed down as usual. It's always the same. The first couple of days are super intense. Just about all the top names are gone. There's some veterans clearly at the various positions on offense and defense. Guys are late 20s, early 30s, coming off injury, or just they're winding down their career, and that's why they're out there. But pretty much overall, there are bargains to be had.
Well, one guy that we're still waiting to hear news about, Adam, officially is Hassan Reddick. But we got a little interesting tidbit today with them moving the roster bonus. So talk about why the Eagles did that and what do you think that means for the Birds moving forward?
All right, so it was, I think, reported by ESPN. So, yeah, here's my understanding. This was done last week, and the news just broke today, or overnight, whenever it came out. But so the language in the contract said, player will earn a $1 million roster bonus on the third day of the league year. The third day of the league year was on Friday, the 15th. Typically, roster bonuses, the Eagles they do more what are called option bonuses. They're sort of inside contract signing bonuses, and they prorate the bonus number. That's why they lower the cap hit per year. Whereas the roster bonus strictly is or on a particular day. It's almost always first day, third day, or almost the most popular is the fifth day. The Eagles did the third day, nevertheless. So they moved to April 1st, and that gives them time to be able to trade Hassan Reddick if they can. They've had talks with other teams. The belief around the league is that the Eagles want more of the second-round pick. That's what I was told a couple weeks ago. I don't think much has changed there. Look, the reason why you move the date, the roster bonus date, is I know it's only $1 million. It's one thing if it's $100,000. I don't think the Eagles would care. $1 million is enough for them to move it, and that's why they did it. Now, Josh, if by, I don't want to say a miracle, but if somehow he's still on the roster, it doesn't mean he can't be traded during the draft. Remember, A.J. Brown was acquired from the Titans during the draft. So, again, the loose deadline, if you wouldn't even want to call it that, would be before the roster bonus becomes due again. And also, one more thing to add, and this is very important. The club can not arbitrarily move the bonus. The player has to agree to it, and he did because he wants to get paid. Though Hassan has made it clear he doesn't want to leave the Eagles, he wants to get paid, and to do that, to get the contract he wants, he's going to have to move.
Well, either way, we know that the edge rushing group is getting a makeover. They bring in Bryce Huff. We know Josh Sweat is going to be back at least for the short term. So what is your perspective, Adam, then on the Eagles pass rush?
Yeah, so someone asked us, this is a good question, or made the point about, what if they move Reddick or as is, because Sweat's on that one-year deal, will they use a first-round pick on an edge rusher? And the question is absolutely, because when you look at it, Josh, Sweat is on a restructured one-year deal where he took a significant pay cut. He lost $6 million, still making $10 million. That's a lot, but he did not play well. And by the way, our latest Greg Cosell show, it's going inside free agency. All of the Eagles moves that were important. Plus, we went around the division, and we also went over a bunch of other teams. You could get that whenever you want. We just loaded it up today at 11 a.m. That's on every podcast platform and also YouTube. So we did talk to Greg about Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff, the future, the immediate future, at least for the next 2 years, he's got a 3-year deal, but I'm told it's more of a 2-year structure. It really past the season, Josh, it's just Bryce Huff. Because Reddick's on the last year of his deal, even if they don't trade him, this most likely will be his last year with them. Josh Sweat, unless he plays lights out, won't be back with them after the season. He's got to play really well. And Nolan Smith barely played, Josh. So, yeah, edge rusher to me it's an absolute need. It's, if you and I were debating what are the top needs, it's in my top 2, to be honest with you. The draft is always about the future, folks. It's not about the season.
Absolutely. Adam, sticking on the defense, inside linebacker. Obviously, they have added White. They already have Nakobe Dean in the house. What is your perspective on the Eagles linebacker situation moving forward?
All right. The way that I see it, Josh, now, again, I know things could change. I know our Andrew DeCecco reported that Dean, he was in the locker room when Nakobe spoke, and Andrew was able to find out that Dean said he'd be good to go for the offseason workouts. So that means unless he has a setback, he should be on the field. He may be limited, but at least he should be on the field in mid-April when the returning staffs can start working with the players. Devin White obviously is going to start unless he just doesn't look good in training camp. Now, Greg told us today on our show that Zach Bond, he could play a stack linebacker, which is an off-the-ball linebacker, but he was an edge rusher in college, and he hasn't really played inside linebacker much at this level. Now, what I was told is he's going to play inside and outside. We'll see. He's no lock to make the team. Owen Burks, the Eagles signed here to a 1-year deal. And, of course, Ben Van Sumeren, who's back as mostly special teams player, did have one start and was really good against the Giants. So here we go again, Josh. Bond, 1-year deal. Burks, 1-year deal. White, 1-year deal. The future, other than Dean, who now is in the third year of his four-year rookie deal, and he's been mostly hurt his first 2 years, this is another position. Not saying they're going to draft it early, but, Josh, they need to address this position also down the line. This is once again a patchwork position. But I'll say this much. If you're going to take a chance on a 1-year player, it would be Devin White. And, we talk about this today with Greg. Burks is a guy, boy, wait to hear what Greg says about him if you listen to that show. And you mentioned Bond and Van Sumerman. So, look, they can line up today. They absolutely can line up today. Now, how good they're going to be that position remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Adam Caplan, NFL Insider, joining us for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, at Caplan NFL on the Twitter X platform. Another position that still needs to be addressed is cornerback, not just because of Bradbury and Slay's age, Adam, but because who's even playing slot? There's no Avonte Maddox right now.
Yeah. This is by far the number one need in the football team is corner. We expect them by training camp, to add a minimum of 2 outside corners. Yes, they need nickel. There are a ton of nickels out there. It's the deepest position of free agency that on my Excel file, I've got 14 slot corners. God, now some of those guys could play inside or outside. And there's a reason, again, why these guys are unsigned. And as you said, Avonte Maddox is still out there. They haven't closed the book on him. Obviously, he would get paid a lot less. And Gardner Johnson will most likely see some time when they go to their nickel package inside. He can do it, but, he's going to play more safety. So you got Slay. This could be very well his last season with the Eagles. Bradbury, certainly this will be his last season with the Eagles if somehow he's on the roster. He's on the roster for now is the way we're looking at it. They don't have a top backup. They do like Eli Ricks, but he's certainly not a starter. For the future, Josh, past this season, none of the think about it. In 2025, they may not have a starter on the roster right now, cornerback. And yes, we're only on March 19th, and they have a ton of work to do. But this is a position for the future that's completely unknown, and they have to address it.
Another position they need to address, Adam, finally at safety. Yeah, CJ Gardner-Johnson, great to bring him back. But aside from him and Reed Blankenship, who else is playing safety? Because Sidney Brown, he may not be ready for the start of the season, right?
Yeah, with the ACL, even if he is, he's certainly not going to be his normal self coming back from it. So Reed Blankenship, if the Eagles had their druthers, he'd be a third safety. He's been a nice story development in his third year. But yeah, right now, Gardner Johnson's the only sure thing at safety. And if the season started today, it would be Blankenship and Gardner Johnson. But the future for 2025 would be Brown and Gardner Johnson. They need to add now at least one more guy for training camp. I would expect them to add one. It doesn't have to be today or tomorrow. Yes, they have interest in Justin Simmons, but the word around the league was the money was an issue for him. He's made a ton of money, by the way. Good player. Obviously knows Vic Fangio. He played for him when Vic was the head coach of the Broncos. So we'll see. We reported about Justin Blackman, Blackman, the safety from the Colts, who's still out there. Kind of surprising. He's probably Julian Blackman is the best young safety that's out there, and he turns just 26. He's had a lot of injuries. That has a lot to do with it, Josh. He's been on IR for 2 out of his last 3 seasons. That's always a concern, but we know he's a talented guy. But overall, Josh, the offense is relatively set. The right guard is certainly up in the air, but defensively, it's all about the secondary and getting younger there.
Adam, okay, a couple more before we let you go. Offensive side of the ball, we know Kenny Pickett. He is now in the house. Jersey guy, grew up an Eagles fan. But how does this Jersey guy, growing up Eagles fan, quarterback fit into the current Eagles quarterback room?
All right, so not only will it be the number 2 for this season, barring a fall off. Now you always have to look at that, and the money in his contract is not very much. All of his salary is guaranteed, but it's well under $3 million. So for each of the next 2 seasons, what he has to do is be rehabbed here from a functional football standpoint. He was so good in their offseason last year. I know talking to the Steelers, Josh, they were really excited about him. OTAs were great. Training camp, terrific. It looked like he was ready to be a breakout player. Even the preseason where they play their starters a lot, he looked good. Where it just seemed like, well, okay, this is it. He's going to finally do it. They had George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Pat Frymuth, Calvin Austin. I talked to Calvin last summer, their training camp. And it just was an absolute nightmare. He struggled with that Matt Canada scheme. Canada was fired. He had high ankle surgery. He thought he was ready to play at the end of the season. They benched him. They kept him on the bench because Mason Rudolph was doing great. And he was not happy. He wanted out. He got out, and they moved him to Philly, a guy the Eagles are excited about. Pretty good athlete. Doesn't run as much as he did at Pitt. But now it's really up to Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator, and Doug Nussmeier, especially. He's the quarterback's coach. Those are the guys who came from the Chargers. And they've got to get Pickett going here. Now, the good thing is I'm told from people who've worked with Kellen Moore, Josh, really quarterback-friendly offense. It's a forward-thinking, fast-paced offense, and a lot of spread concepts, a lot of pre-snap movement of the tight ends, a lot of shifting with the tight ends. So this is a good offense for him to play in, and the hope here is, Josh, look, he's a young guy that he turns 26 in June. Let's see if they could get him going again. They're looking at this as a 2-year situation, not just a one, but there's got to be patience here. He's got to be kind of rebuilt.
Adam Caplan at Caplan NFL on the Twitter X platform, Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com for all the latest on the Eagles. The intel with Greg Cosell, that is available as well. Don't forget the YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. Adam, appreciate you making some time today.
Thank you.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Let's hit on a couple things that Adam said from that conversation. First of all, he talked about, I thought it was very interesting. He said that the Eagles with Kellen Moore runs a quarterback-friendly offense. So if the offense is a benefit to quarterbacks, to me, that's not just a positive for Kenny Pickett, the backup. That's a positive for the starting quarterback, Jalen Hurts, because you could argue that Jalen Hurts, who has had now 3 different coordinators in the NFL, and Kellen Moore is going to be his 4th. If Kellen Moore can get out of Jalen Hurts what Shane Steichen did in 2022, the Eagles are going to be right back on track offensively and not have the problems they had before. So to me, it's more than just how does Kenny Pickett fit? How does it help Jalen Hurts? Because if Kellen Moore is, so great at putting a quarterback in a position to be successful, then I'm not worried about Kenny Pickett again. I'm thinking Jalen Hurts could be a potential MVP candidate again. I'm not saying he is going to be, but I'm saying that that's one of my takeaways from what Adam was saying. Something else I took away from, he said, the Eagles will have a lot of guys under contract beyond this year at pass rush. Remember, even if they don't trade away Hassan Reddick, him, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, these are all guys who are on expiring contracts after this year. It's only Bryce Huff who is still under contract moving forward. So if that's the case, then you have to draft someone to play running back. You have to do something about this depth at pass rush. The Eagles have historically drafted in the trenches very well. But in the trenches does not always equal the best pass rushers. Remember, this is an organization that also drafted Vinny Curry. And at some point, they decided not to pay Vinny Curry anymore. And you could argue that maybe letting him go as early as they did was not the right decision. This organization may draft the guys, but they may let guys go too soon. So if they're already looking at, hey, we're not going to bring back Sweat and Graham and Reddick for 2025, they have to draft someone. And finally, the final takeaway from what he said was, Adam said there's a lot of nickel corner guys available out on the market aside from Avonte Maddox. So if you look at the slot corner position and you're worried about who's going to play it, Adam said, look, they're going to get somebody. There are plenty of guys out there. So if there are plenty of guys out there to be brought in, then you could argue that I'm not exactly worried about them filling the position. I'm looking at it as just a big picture. They will get a guy. I'm sighing because I just don't know if Avonte Maddox is going to be back in Philadelphia. I don't know who that slot corner is going to be. No offense to Maddox. I kind of hope he does go somewhere else because, it's been very exasperating hoping that guy is healthy. Avonte Maddox keeps getting hurt. He's always hurt. He's always injured. He's almost never healthy. So for me, and if I'm the Eagles, I'm looking at Maddox. I'm like, dude, we love you. We appreciate everything you've done for our franchise. But man, how do I rationalize keeping this guy around if I can't get him on the field? I think that's a big problem for the Eagles moving forward. All right, coming up still to come, 5 from Danny Rye. Also, more football talk with Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press. And a little bit later this hour, no chance, opportunity for you to qualify for the Phillies with the Baltimore. Remember, today's one of the final days for you to qualify for the trip. Of course, you must be present at Maynard's in Margate as a qualifier next Thursday, March 28th, during the Phillies watch party with Mike Gill and Sports Bash at Maynard's in Margate. Let's squeeze in a couple texts before we end out the hour. 609-403-0973 is text board. We asked the question earlier throughout the show. I put it out on the 97.3 ESPN Facebook page. If you could have 4 Philly sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3? Mike from Wildwood replies, says, how about Vince Papale? Vince in his prime. Vince is such a nice person, though. I don't even know. I think Vince is tough enough. He's Philly tough, so I could definitely see him handling himself. But he's also just a wonderful human being. Like, who would want to bother him? Wayne from Glassboro chimes in. I take Ron Hextall, Charles Barkley, Lito Shepherd, and Derek Coleman. That's the first Lito Shepherd I've seen. Wayne from Glassboro. So I guess the idea is that Lito can deal with the smaller guys, and then Hexy would deal with the scrapper. Charles and Derek Coleman would deal with the bigger dudes, basically. I mean, Derek Coleman is practically an enforcer, right? Steve from Ocean City says, Josh, I'm going to go with Chocolate Thunder, Daryl Dawkins. I love the Bill Romanowski pick. Romo, he says in caps. John Runyon. And how about the Bull? Yeah, Greg Lazinski. I mean, Lazinski in his prime probably would have put people down real quick. Can you imagine a tag team of Daryl Dawkins and Greg Lazinski in their prime? I mean, that tag team is dominating planet Earth, basically. Bill from Violence says, how about Wayne Simmons, Seth Joyner, Charles Barkley, Pat Beverly? Well, Pat Bev's out. Okay, Bill. I understand, Pat Bev was liked for a hot minute, but I'm out on Pat Bev. Give me Kyle Lowry any day, every day. Wayne Simmons, by the way, retiring as a Flyer. How about that? Good old Simmer. He was great to have in Philadelphia. He was a fun guy for Philly athletes because he could do everything. He could score. He could play some defense. He would crash the net, and he'd throw down if you need to. We'll get to more text a little bit later in the show. Keep them coming in. 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Coming up next, 5 from Danny Rye here on The Bash.
Listen to all the matches. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, qualified buyers excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're waiting for the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle, stop waiting and listen to these incredible deals at Bennett Chevrolet during March Markdown, where you can save up to 20% on new Chevys. Yes, up to 20% savings with GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates. No games, no gimmicks. Just the best offer you'll find anywhere is available 1.9% financing. And Bennett is paying a whopping $10,000 cash for any clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That is a minimum 10 grand regardless of condition or miles. Can you imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade? While Bennett Chevy offers the best deals you can find on any new or pre-owned vehicle, you can always count on a wonderful car buying experience with our non-commissioned sales team, who are paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Nobody beats a Bennett deal. Nobody. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Psst. Hey, I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my bra rubs under my...
Oh, yeah.
And what about down there? My...
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness from my pits to my...
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
Me too. And it comes in sticks and creams too. Go get your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
When you open the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. Winning is always a rush, but the money is in the moments. It's the anticipation of another face card, the thrill of an extra spin, and the pure joy of a jackpot. It's all your favorite games at your fingertips. Plus, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. You play for fun, you love to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
One night, one stage. Woo! Country music's hottest supergroup, The Frontmen, featuring Richie McDonald, formerly of Lone Star.
Baby, I'm laid back.
Larry Stewart, lead singer of Restless Heart. Tim Rushlow, formerly of Little Texas. Friday, March 29th, the Excite Center at Parks Casino. The voices that brought you 3 decades of #1 country hits live. On sale now at parkscasino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile. You're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Powered by NJM. No jingles are as great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
The Sixers travel west, the Flyers play the Maple Leafs, and the Phils take on the Tigers. This is Danny Ryan with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Flyers will look to bounce back from a tough loss to the Bruins when the Maple Leafs come to Philadelphia tonight. However, they'll have to try and do it without Flyers captain Sean Couturier, as he was a healthy scratch for tonight's game. You can listen to tonight's game live right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage starts at 7. The 76ers head west for a tough 4-game road trip, starting with a matchup against the Phoenix Suns tomorrow night. Listen to the game live from Arizona right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage starts tomorrow at 10 p.m. And the Phillies are back in action today against the Detroit Tigers as Ranger Suarez takes the mound for a 6:05 first pitch. For more Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers, download our free mobile app. Your forecast is next.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free. So he was happy to TurboTax free edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax free edition and get your max refund guaranteed. See if you qualify to file for free at TurboTax.com. See max refund guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. A few showers enter the forecast tomorrow, but our current air mass is pretty dry, so don't expect much. Mostly cloudy tonight, maybe a flurry, low at 39 degrees. The chill relaxes a bit tomorrow. It'll still be breezy, high at 55 with sunny clouds and spotty afternoon showers possible. Thursday, cold and blustery again, mostly sunny skies, high of only 45. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Win a 2024 BMW sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel. Win. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
427 here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. It's been a very interesting day so far. A lot of feedback on our question of the day. We've talked some Phillies. We've talked some Sixers. We've talked some Eagles. But right now, it's time for 5 from Danny Ryan. Our conversation with Danny Ryan is being brought to you by Bet365. Whatever sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary with Bet365. And a conversation with Danny Ryan is never ordinary either. My friend, how you doing today?
You got that right, Josh. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. So before we get into your 5, I got to ask you the question of the day, okay?
Okay.
So I posted this earlier today at 973 ESPN on Facebook. I said, if you could have 4 Philadelphia sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3?
Is Kyle Lowry one of them? See, that one's tough because he's not this big, huge, buff guy that you can rely on to carry the weight of the fight, but he's kind of like a bulldog. He's scrappy.
Correct.
He's going to get the job
He's
done.
also
So,
taller than the average human being. I mean, he is like 6'1", 6'2".
right. Still an NBA player, still provides some size, but it's just,
Right.
as far as NBA players go, is undersized. Philadelphia sports athletes. All right. So I'm going to say no on Kyle Lowry. I don't know. I just don't. He wouldn't be the first guy I pick. I'm going to have to go Jordan Mailata.
Okay.
6'8", like what, 350, 360, something like that. Number 2's got to be Lane Johnson. So naturally, I'm going to pick 2 offensive linemen. I mean, they're huge. And then my other 2, I would maybe say Bryce because of his physique, but I don't know if I could see him being a bar fight type of guy.
Bryce is out because Bryce doesn't drink. That's what I said about Joel Embiid earlier.
Well, it's true. That's true. Okay.
Why would Bryce be at the bar with you?
Yeah. All right. Then I'm just going to stick to my trend of size. Give me Joel Embiid. Would he be at the bar?
Drink.
But I mean, come on. They can get a Pepsi and some wings at the bar, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going
to Embiid to be your designated driver. I mean, come on.
Why not? I mean, he'd be a fun, sober designated driver. He's a funny guy. I would probably have to go Mailata, Lane Johnson. If I can't do Embiid, I can't do Harper. Then give me. Oh man, this is tough. Who did you
say that again? You broke up there for a sec.
Who did you pick?
So my list is I would have Kyle Lowry as part of my group. Okay.
Okay.
I actually haven't given mine yet. I've been reading everybody else's throughout the day. I mean, if I had to go with mine, Lane Johnson, 100%.
Yeah.
Lane Johnson has to be out there with me. I would probably say if I'm going to go with a current Philly athlete, probably Kyle Schwarber, because I feel like he could throw down the drinks and he could throw down as well. You know what I mean?
He's got that dad strength.
Right. Also, how about Landon Dickerson? I mean, he just looks like he's country. Like I said before you came on, Landon Dickerson looks like he's seen some things on the countryside.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
I mean, did you see the video of him on the dance floor? I forget whose wedding. Doing a split and then essentially break dancing. I mean, the guy was
Mailata's wedding, wasn't it?
It might have been. Yeah, it was one of the offensive linemen's wedding, but he was going in. I mean, it went viral like a few weeks ago. It resurfaced. So yeah, that's a good pick.
And then if I had to go somebody else, I mean, there's so many guys you can go with. I mean, current, past, present. But I mean,
what? I got one right here.
What's that?
Give me Nick Castellanos. He gives me a different type of swagger and vibe when it comes to a bar fight that I would trust.
So Paul Hudrick said that earlier. Paul Hudrick had Nick Castellanos. I call him the wild card. I call him, you don't know what you're getting, kind of thing.
That dude's badass. I got to go with Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, here, I'll read off to you some of the answers so far. We've gotten Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Jeremiah Trotter, Seth Joyner, Rick Tockett, Wayne.
Oh, so we're doing present or past.
I didn't delineate too hard.
Okay.
I mean, we got Hugh Douglas, Pat Burrell for some reason, Matt Geiger, Charles Barkley, John. I got tons of John Runyons. Okay. I got a bunch of Wayne Simmons. I got Shane Victorino for some reason.
Interesting. Flying Hawaiian, small but mighty.
Yeah. But I also told people that people started naming like actual fighters like Joe Frazier and Bernard Hopkins. I said they're out. It's like a disadvantage to have a real fighter with you in that situation. I got a bunch of people saying Lenny Dykstra in his prime.
Brian Dawkins would be a good pick. I mean, that dude is absolutely massive.
So my theory on Dawkins is Dawkins would be like your designated driver, and Dawkins would attempt to keep the peace, and then he'd just be like, all right, never mind.
Yeah. He would be the scary figure that, like, hey man, if you go too far, this guy's coming at you. And then if things got out of control, he would, corral the crowd. But yeah, that's a good question. I think, my final 4 would go Mailata, Lane Johnson. Who did I say before that was a good pick? Oh, Nick Castellanos. Give me Nick Castellanos. And then you know what? I'm gonna go with a Philadelphia Flyer. Give me Delorier. He's going up against Rempe 6'7". I'm going to stick with the trend of present right now, obviously. But yeah, give me Delorier. I mean, It takes a lot of guts to challenge a guy who's 6'7", 21 years old, had a lot more juice left in the tank than he did at 33, and he held his own. So give me Delorier.
I was going to say that, Delorier, Garnett, Hathaway, either one of those guys.
Yeah, definitely both scrappy. I mean, hey, if Rempe played in Philadelphia, I would take Rempe in 2 seconds. But I pronounced that last name correct, right? The 6'7" guy on the Rangers.
Yeah, he's a psycho.
Somebody's got to step in and really stop him from doing fights this often because it's getting out of hand. Have you seen his face, or did you see his face 2 weeks ago when it was really black and blue?
Yeah.
Brutal.
It's brutal. I mean, he might need therapy at some point.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to step in before brain damage happens. I mentioned that on the locker room on Sunday, but without further ado.
Someone did say they wanted Billy Schweim and Craig Berube to help them.
Ooh, see, Berube's a good pick. Now, I don't know if Schweim's as good of a pick as Berube.
I don't want Schweiner. I don't want him.
Schweiner could definitely get into a bar fight. I could see that, but holding his own, I don't know. I don't know about the Schweiner.
I could see Billy talking to the wrong woman at the wrong time.
Right.
He has a boyfriend. He's inebriated. He's not happy. And then that'd probably be me stepping in to save Billy's rear. So.
And then Billy's story would be, dude, I totally schooled the guy. I took him out back, showed him the business. And then we'll hear from the witnesses on the scene. It'll be the exact opposite.
Yeah, and then Berube will just be yelling at him the whole time how much of a wimp he is.
Yeah, yeah. Berube will be the enforcer in that group. But all right, without further ado, let's start 5 with Danny Rye. Number 1, since I just talked about Delorier, let's stick to the Flyers topic and talk about some Flyers news as of today. It was announced a few hours ago that head coach John Tortorella will be healthy scratching Captain Sean Couturier from tonight's lineup against the Maple Leafs just 34 days into his term as captain. When asked about his healthy scratch for tonight, the Flyers captain responded saying, quote, "I've been putting the work in for a while. I've been struggling, but I've been working on my game, and it's frustrating the way I've been treated around here lately. But it is what it is." He also went on to say, "I can control what I control. It doesn't matter what I think. I've got to leave my ego aside. Hopefully I can get back into the lineup soon." So, Josh, my question for you is, what is your reaction to Torts benching Couturier? And do you think he's trying to send a bigger message to the locker room in the process?
He's definitely trying to send a bigger message. I mean, this is less about Couturier to me specifically than it is about him saying, look, guys, we tried to fight our way out of some of these games and it didn't work because the last time I got suspended, we lost 7-0. Like the whole team almost went sideways in that Lightning game. So,
right.
I mean, you had to see Samuel Ersan benched twice now in recent weeks. So, maybe it is a message to say, look, if the captain can get healthy scratched, anybody can be healthy scratched, kind of thing.
Right. If the captain can be benched, then nobody's safe, and play like it's your final day on the ice, because it's frankly that's the type of effort they need right now. That's honestly, I agree with you. That's really what I'm getting from this healthy scratch. It's not really as much of a shot against Couturier as it is, hey man, you're not playing well right now, and nobody's safe around here. Just because you're captain doesn't mean you're special. You're just as equal to the other guy on the ice. And so I kind of respect what Torts is doing in this, healthy scratch. But at the same time, it's just, that comment from Couturier kind of scares me a little bit. He's a big part of this team, and he says he's frustrated with how he's been treated around here lately. So hopefully if there is anything to mend, they can mend it. But I think this is more of just it's a business. You got to produce to stay on the ice, and produce, and you'll get back in the lineup. So we'll see how that kind of pans out moving forward. All right, moving on to number 2. With Phillies 2024 opening day just 9 days away, I want to address some question marks for certain positions on the Phillies roster. So I want to start with the bullpen. Josh, do you think someone will eventually emerge as the Phillies' solidified 2024 closer, or do you think it's more likely that we see it being closer by committee the entire season?
Yes, and his name is Jose Alvarado. I mean, this is something that Mike Gill and I strongly disagree on. Mike Gill is all about Orion Kerkering, and it's like, okay, well, he's the new toy, but give me the guy who I've seen it do it before. I've seen Alvarado close for this team before. I've seen him have streaks of where he looks like he's absolutely untouchable. So I think that Alvarado has evolved so much from when they first got him off of waivers from Tampa to now. I can't not give him the shot. And I think that he's the kind of guy, when you give him the chance to be successful, he can be. So Alvarado is my pick. To me, if I'm Robbie Thompson, I'm saying Jose, you're my closer until you prove me wrong otherwise.
I mean, I tend to agree with you, Josh, because it's the clear pick. I mean, if you had to pick one guy in this bullpen, it's Jose Alvarado. He's got the velocity. He's got the breaking stuff to keep batters off balance. But the Phillies, for some reason, like to use him as an asset, as a bridge to get to that 9th inning, to pitch, maybe possibly 2 solid innings in the 7th and the 8th, because he's shown he can do it. In the past, obviously, his resume backs that up. And they're saying, all right, well, if we have a guy who's pumping 100 for 2 straight innings, can get us to the 9th, hopefully we can just luck into a guy that can get 3 outs. And I don't think they should treat it that way. I mean, why would you not pitch a Jeff Hoffman the 7th and the 8th? I mean, with what he showed last year, we'll see if he repeats that this season because it was his first sign of success in a while. But why wouldn't you pitch a guy like, Orion Kerkering for one of those innings if you don't want to pitch Hoffman too? So, I mean, I don't think they'll do it. I think they'll probably try and give the youngster in Kerkering the spot, keep Alvarado in that 7th and 8th inning role. But I would definitely insert Alvarado in there, like you said. I mean, I don't understand why they wouldn't do it. I mean, if it seems obvious to us, why doesn't it seem obvious to them?
Good question. I mean, sometimes the most obvious thing is the thing that people overthink the most.
Right. I mean, like I said, they see him as a kind of a Swiss Army knife, an asset that you can use in the 5th or the 6th if the game gets out of control, or, if the game's going according to plan, the 7th or the 8th.
Really quick, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it's the idea that you're in a relationship, okay? And, your significant other doesn't text you back for a while, or you guys made plans and they say, hey, I'm running late. There's always going to be that party that starts overthinking it because the obvious thing is they're just not texting me back, or, oh, they're just running late, but then the overthinking gets involved and you get emotional about it. And the same thing, anything in life. I'm sure the Phillies are well, the captain obvious thing is Jose Alvarado, but we got Kerkering. And what about Hoffman and is Dominguez back? And then your mind starts running in 100 directions and then you lose track of the original point.
I'll tell you what, if there's one thing in life that is 100% guaranteed a stone cold lock, it's you and your comparisons, Josh Hennig. You always show up with your comparisons. You're coming every single day here on the Sports Bash, whether you're producing or you're hosting today from Mike Gill. You've always got them locked and loaded. So
appreciate that. But by the way, I do want to say that I deserve a little credit, and Nick Earnshaw will back me up. I predicted Blake Snell to the Giants on Saturdays, the locker room with Billy Schwein.
I'll have to get you flowers next time I see you. There you go. Did you predict him for that type of money in only 2 years?
Well, I was predicting him because the tickets they were giving away on Saturday were for Phillies Giants. And I said, you'll probably see Blake Snell. And Billy was so confused because Blake Snell hadn't signed yet. And I said, well, he's probably going to sign with the Giants. And when the Phillies play the Giants in that weekend, you'll see him then.
Right. I mean, how about Scott Boras having an offseason to forget with his clients? Matt Chapman not getting even close to the money he was once offered.
I'm telling you, man, he's losing his touch.
Somebody brought it up on Twitter. It was which one of his big ticket guys have actually panned out? Now, obviously Harper, aside from him being off and on the IL, but Machado wasn't a Boras client, was he?
I have to double check that. I don't remember exactly who his agent was, but
if so, he's kind of panned out. But yeah, I mean, this offseason, it was Chapman, obviously Snell, Montgomery still in the market.
Yep.
There was one other guy I'm forgetting right now, but definitely has not been one to remember for Mr. Boras.
Really quick, Danny, let's hit the break so we can get the rest of your questions in here, so we don't run out of real estate here. I don't want to cut you short here on the back end, so let's take a really quick break. We'll be right back with Danny Ryan. 5 from Danny Ryan right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Tuesday.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navive.
Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
I wish I could get this stupid jar open. Jars can be tough, am I right? Who are you? And how'd you get in my kitchen?
It's me, Flo, and I'm here to grant your wish of easily switching to Progressive and helping you get a discount that honors the time spent with your previous insurer.
Great, but what does that have to do with getting this jar open?
Nothing.
So you can't open this?
Oh, I just do insurance. Jars, I leave to the professionals.
Sign up for Progressive and opt into more savings. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Just like our customer, Jaron.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my Cricket phone for everything. It's basically like another band member.
Don't miss a single beat. Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan, depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details. Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
You're currently stuck in a loan or lease. AJ, the trade man, can get you released. Matt Blatt Nissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
4 and 5 from Danny Rye being brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Danny Ryan will continue his 5 questions now that he does every Tuesday and Wednesday with Mike Gill. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike here on 97.3 ESPN. Danny, back to you.
Let's do this. Let's resume, shall we? Mike Gill, by the way, living it up in Clearwater, where we, take over the reins of his show, treat it like, obviously, the baby that he treats it as it is. But, he's enjoying over it. Where is he in Dunedin today? I saw on Twitter.
Oh, I have no idea.
Lucky guy. Yeah, you've been locked in today. A lot of responsibilities in your shoulders.
So I got pages of stuff I'm trying to do over here. I'm trying to make sure the station keeps running. I got work to do, man. I can't worry about Mike Gill's vacation.
The grind is real. All right, number 3. Let's talk.
I actually saw somebody wearing that sweater at the gym last night. I literally said on it, "The grind is real."
Inspirational. I do want to talk a little bit about, like I mentioned, some question marks as far as positions on the Phillies roster. And so let's take a look at center field. Yohan
Rojas.
Rojas.
Me sabotaging your questions. Let's get through these.
Let's do it. No more questions of the day. With Yohan Rojas struggling heavily at the plate, and I'll tell you what, Josh, it is heavily right now. In spring training, he's batting 171, just 2 stolen bases, hasn't been on a lot to steal any bases, 8 strikeouts, just 1 double. Does have 2 triples, shockingly, no homers and 4 RBIs, but that 171 batting average, not looking pretty. And then you compare him to guys like Christian Pache, who's batting 250 in spring training, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. Whit Merrifield batting 379 with 2 home runs, 7 RBIs in spring training. So I have to ask the clear elephant in the room, Josh, should Yohan Rojas start the season in AAA, and who would you want to see in center field come opening day?
Yes, he should start in the minor leagues. I think he obviously there's something off. So go down there, get it worked out, get it figured out. Frank Klose brought this up to me earlier today. The idea that maybe you start the year with Brandon Marsh in center and Whit Merrifield in left. And
That's what I was thinking.
I can't get that out of my head because I was originally going to say Pache in center and Marsh in left. But after he said it to me earlier, I'm starting to think that maybe you just keep Pache to be the right-handed bat to alternate with Marsh.
I completely agree. I mean, that seems like the clear path to me. Marsh has played center field for the Phillies before. He played it all the way up until obviously Yohan Rojas came up and they could slide Marsh to left. So I think you put him in center as long as he's going to be healthy by opening day. I know he had that arthroscopic knee surgery. Seems like all signs point to him being good to go. And then you put Whit Merrifield in left, who's still, he might be 34, 35, still a top contact hitter in this league. And he could definitely fill in a few games if you have platoon him with a guy like Pache or, Pache in center field with Marsh. That could regulate things in the outfield if you're not getting the certain production you expect from Whit or Brandon Marsh. Putting a guy in there who's not getting many at-bats should rejuvenate things a little bit. So I think that's the clear path. And as far as Rojas, I mean, the glove is so valuable. He's literally a black void out in center field. That catch in the NLDS on the ball hit from Ronald Acuna in the gap. I mean, it looked like neither of Marsh or Rojas wanted to get the ball, and he somehow comes away with it. It's going to be tough losing that, but I think the downgrade isn't big enough between Pache or Marsh from Yohan Rojas to not make that move and put better offense in the lineup.
Really quick, I go back to, I know it's not apples to apples. It goes back to the 93 Phillies when, remember, that 93 team brought Kevin Stocker up halfway through the year. He didn't start the year with the ball club, and he had a massive impact on that team. And so, there's so many examples of, young players. They don't start the year with a team, but they can come in a little bit later in the year. They get things figured out, and they can make an impact. So why can't Rojas be the same?
Right. And, he never even saw a time in AAA last season. He was called up directly from AA. So why not put him at AAA, let him see that third level, and see if he adjusts better and is more polished coming up, let's say, around July or August. Hopefully, it doesn't take that long for him to get into the swing of things, but it's definitely a possibility. So, yes, definitely interesting debate. I'm curious to see what Rob Thompson's going to do, but I think Marsh in center and Whit in left, and then you platoon either Pache or maybe a guy like Cave or Dahl every other day. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Not Cave.
I don't love Cave either, but the team seems to like him for some reason. Thompson speaks highly of him. Dombrowski speaks highly of him. So
he's paying him off.
Yeah, we'll see. That's probably what's happening right now.
Such an accuser. Go ahead. Next question.
You're a pot stirrer. All right, moving on to number 4. I do want to talk some Philadelphia Eagles for my final 2 questions, actually. But number 4, let's talk about Hassan Reddick. So the Eagles and Hassan Reddick agreed to push his $1 million roster bonus deadline date back to April 1st in anticipation of Reddick being traded possibly to another club. So my question for you, Josh, is do you think it's more likely that Hassan Reddick will play for the Eagles or another team next season? And do you think it would be a mistake if the Eagles let him go?
Can I say all the above?
Well, you can't say all the above because you can't play for the Eagles and another team, but still.
Well, he could. He could be traded in season. I mean, no.
Okay, I see where you're coming.
So seriously though, I think the problem is that I think that a lot of teams around the league are still trying to figure out why the Eagles want to trade him. And I think the Eagles are being evasive because
they have the money to pay him.
But it's not the money. There's got to be something else. There's got to be, because he wants to be here. The Eagles said they would like him to be here, but then the reporting is based around money. It's a business and all that stuff.
And then you pay Bryce Huff $17 million a year.
Well, he's 5 years younger, right? Or he's 6 years younger or whatever he is. So, I mean, there's got to be something about Reddick physically that's making them, uneasy, shall I call it. I think other teams are uneasy with the Eagles being uneasy. And I think that other teams are like, well, why do I want to take up your problem?
Well, that's a problem, too. If other teams are now questioning why you want to trade him, his value is going to dip. And so now it makes no sense, honestly, to trade him. You might as well just pay him close to the $25 million, per year he wants. Maybe that's 22.5, 23. But who knows? I just don't really understand what's going on in that locker room, that he has to be moved. And this move, where they pushed the deadline date back to April 1st, clearly identifies, or indicates, I should say, that they want to trade him at some point. But that'll leave me at my fifth and final question. Give Howie Roseman, or not a question, a demand, really, Josh. Give Howie Roseman a letter grade for his moves so far this season. Or I should say this offseason.
So far, he gets a B+, because it's kind of incomplete. They still need to address nickel corner. They still need one more safety. I think they still need one more offensive lineman. I think they still need a little more depth at linebacker. They still need another pass rusher. But they can address half those things in the draft from a month from now. So I think overall, Howie deserves a lot of credit for saying, look, I am going to do whatever it takes to get the team back on track. And if I got to go out and make big moves, then so be it. So I give him credit for being bold. I'd rather you be proactive than inactive.
Yeah, and I think he also is taking a different route, doing things that he hasn't done in past off seasons. Obviously, the one major move that he wouldn't make in past off seasons was signing Saquon Barkley to that contract and investing in a running back in today's running back market. So, yeah, definitely incomplete. I'd give him a B. I mean, not much separating your B+ and my B, but I'd like to see him definitely put more money into the secondary, whether that be another safety to pair with Reed and CJ Gardner-Johnson in case one of them are to go down. Still need a nickel corner in my eyes. Now, I'm intrigued to see if they do use CJ GJ in the nickel, because they kind of identified him, or his position when they announced his signing was nickel/safety. So we'll see how that pans out, but definitely need another linebacker. That could come in the draft. I guess my last sub question, what do you think he's going to do in the draft?
Best player available. I know that's a cop out, but I mean, the Eagles are turning into an organization that's obsessed with best player available. So, I mean, if there's a pass rusher like Lute Lutau or something like that, like from UCLA, I could totally see them drafting someone like that.
It just gets so tough at 22 when, that's not a clear-cut pick for a guy like Howie Roseman. And he messed it up with Jalen Reagor around that area and didn't take Justin Jefferson. So
yeah, but I will say this, and I know we're way past the point of return right now, so I'm just going to say it anyway because we're having a good conversation here. And that is, so if you go back to that draft, there's a lot of reporting out there that Reagor was not the guy the Eagles front office wanted. That apparently the Eagles coaching staff under Doug Peterson wanted Reagor, and they wanted Jalen Hurts. And that's the reason why Howie took those picks. And because it was COVID and because they couldn't do a full evaluation on the guys, then maybe their draft grades were a little incomplete for Reagor. And so they trusted the coaching staff, right? They trusted Aaron, what was his name? Aaron Moorhead, the wide receivers coach at the time. And who was the OC? It was Rick Scangarello and Press Taylor. So I know Howie took the bullets for that. Just like how he tries to take the bullets for Marcus Smith, even though he was kicked in the broom closet by Chip Kelly. Howie can take all the bullets he wants for these decisions, but if the Eagles claim to be such a collaborative organization,
right,
then at some point we got to look around the room and say maybe somebody else has had a say in the conversation as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, Derek Barnett, another example around that area. Nelson Aguilar didn't pan out immediately, but had a great Super Bowl
season. By the way, there's a lot of people who say that Joe Douglas was the guy who wanted Derek Barnett. So read into that what you will.
He's still on a team. Looked better on the Texans last season, and
he did.
We'll see how his career pans out. By the way, Mike Williams to the Jets for 1 year, $15 million.
Sounds about right.
Anyways, Josh, thank you for your time. That was 5 with Danny Rye.
And we'll talk to Danny tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, it is your opportunity to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore. I mean, did you all really think I was going to forget about the contest? I know somebody out there is probably like, where's the contest sounder? I got you, man. It's all good. We're having a good conversation. So right now, you heard the sounder. 609-573-3776. Today is one of the final days for you to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore contest, where you and a friend, Father's Day weekend, get to go to Baltimore. All expenses, the travel, the game tickets, the catering, full-blown tailgate that you only can get with Philly Sports Trips. A once-in-a-lifetime experience with Philly Sports Trips. But you got to be calling number 7 at 609-573-3776. 3776. Then you must be present next Thursday at Maynard's in Margate for the Phillies opening day watch party with Mike Gill and the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN.
The field is set, and your bracket predictions are hopefully done. The 2024 Big Dance tips off with first 4 games from Dayton. Then on Thursday, all-day first-round action gets underway. To make sure you don't miss any of the action, stay tuned for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA Men's Tournament right here.
Listen to all the madness.
Oh, my goodness.
March Madness right here on 97.3 ESPN.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
When you open the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. Winning is always a rush, but the money is in the moments. It's the confidence and underdogs covering, the tension before a clutch turnover, and the pride of a parlay paying off. It's another chance to win big with all-day action. Plus, win your first $10 bet and get $125 in sports bonus bets. You play for fun, you love to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
See 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parks Casino, this is how you win. Action, great dining, and entertainment. Don't miss these world-class headliners coming to the Excite Center inside Parks Casino. Femmes of Rock, May 17th, and Almost Queen, June 14th. For tickets and a complete list of upcoming shows, visit parkscasino.com. Parks Casino, this is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first. Voted best of the best in Jersey Shores. For roofing and siding, windows and doors. 24-month financing, no payments, no interest. You're certified GAF elite contractors. Champion Dutch Exteriors.com. Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile.
Accounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. These terms and restrictions apply. See store for details.
My mom was so tired all the time. And anytime I told her a problem, she always had one solution. She'd be like, you should take a nap. Both my wrists could be cut, and I could be holding a knife. And I could be like, I don't want to be here. And she'd be like, have you slept?
From Saturday Night Live, his Netflix specials, and Peacock's Bupkis, Pete Davidson, Prehab Tour. Saturday, July 20th, Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets on sale now at theoceanac.com. Pete Davidson, Prehab Tour, live.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They've got him, it's a sack!
Sixers,
Oh, baby!
and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. Final hour of the show. 5 o'clock hour is here. We got some Eagles news to get to this hour, plus Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press goes with the full NFL. You heard Danny Ryan mentioned Mike Williams is now a Jet, 1-year deal. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Union Forge Vodka. Hey, Flyer fans, it's time to level up your game day ritual with the ultimate power duo, the Philadelphia Flyers and Union Forge Vodka. Cheer on the Flyers with the best tasting vodka produced right here in Philadelphia. Grab a Union Forge Vodka today. Get back to the text board as well. You guys have been messaging in at 973 ESPN on Facebook, also texting in at 609 403 0973 in your DM to 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Now, all day long, we ask you the question. And again, I am not encouraging actual fighting. Get it twisted. But the question was earlier today, you could have 4 Philadelphia sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight if Kyle Lowry wanted them and why. And I said during the 2 o'clock hour that, Kyle Lowry is so Philly tough diving after the ball. It feels like he carries this team emotionally at times. So, would you want the Philly top guy or somebody else to be someone to have your back to, late night local establishment? Okay? We're getting a lot of text throughout today, and we'll get to your messages. Okay, coming up here on 97.3 ESPN. But the Eagles announced the signing of a couple of players, and I don't think either one of them is like hyper important, but I definitely think it tells you a story. Okay, the most interesting one to me is Oren Burks. You heard Adam Caplan mention to me and the Eagles confirmed the signing. So Burks has spent the last 6 years either the Packers or the 49ers. The reason why his addition is interesting is because he has played in a couple of defenses that are not Vic Fangio teams. Okay, in San Francisco, he's got Steve Wilkes and he's got D'Amico Ryan. Okay, and that's more of that variation of the Seattle cover 3 style of defense. When he was in Green Bay, it was Joe Barry's defense, okay, and it was Mike Pettine's defense. And those are a different style of attacking defenses. So you're bringing in a guy whose experience is not necessarily in this style of defense, but he was a productive special teams player. So this is two guys now. Zach Baum is the first one, and now Orlando Burks, who both are special teams contributors, good depth players. So it asks you the question, if you're bringing in guys who are more for depth, does that suggest that you have somebody else in mind to be the starter aside from the Kobe Dean? The other guy who the Eagles brought in, you might not recognize him if you're an NFL fan, but you might recognize him if you're a college football fan. That would be PJ Mustipher. Mustipher, obviously, for those who don't know, but you are a Penn State fan, you'll remember that name from the Nittany Lions football team. He was a solid, productive interior defensive lineman over at Penn State. He's a guy, he's not a big sack guy in college. He was more of a run-stuffing depth player. So to me, I would quantify this as he would be the prototype backup for Jordan Davis, okay? Mustipher is probably 325 on a light day. Okay, he's a big boy. He's a gap filler. He's a guy that if anybody comes near him, he's going to swallow them up and put them down kind of deal. He was very good at getting tackles for loss and being a good run stuffer at Penn State. So, the Eagles bringing in more depth players, not big names, but more depth now. So they're kind of filling out the roster right now. Very interesting differential when it comes to their strategy. They first went for the big names. Now they're going for the depth players. So that's what the Eagles are doing as of right now in NFL free agency. We'll get more into the free agency coming up a little bit later this hour with Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press. Back to the text board at 609-403-0973. We got some reactions and thoughts to what we've been saying throughout the show. I want to get some of you guys' thoughts in here. Matt from Delaware chimes in. All I can think of about with Kyle Lowry is how much he flailed and flopped when he was with the Raptors. So I think he would fake being punched and laying on the ground. Listen, the reason why guys like Lowry flop is because the NBA lets them. Okay, Matt in Delaware, you're not wrong. Okay, he did a lot of flopping with the Raptors, but the problem in the NBA today is that officiating is so poor at times, and it's so inconsistent that these guys doing whatever they can to try to work the refs and get the outcome that they want. And for Lowry, he was so successful as a flailer and flopper that he manipulated the refs to give him calls. That's how I look at it. Phil chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0973. He says, Josh, I looked at Mel Kiper's first round draft. He has the Eagles taking cornerback Nate Wiggins. I'm wondering if Howie would actually take a corner. Will he go offensive line, the groom a tackle replacement for Lane Johnson? Or how about a slot receiver like Xavier Worthy with that 4.2 speed? I'm sure Andrew Checo was prepping. That's from Phil. Well, you threw a lot into that text, Phil. So let's try to take it apart. So just to let people know, Nate Wiggins, cornerback, he is a guy that I know is in Mel Kiper's latest mock draft. I don't hate the Nate Wiggins pick. I just don't think he's the guy that I would pick. He comes from a defense that was not great the last couple of years. And when I see a guy being projected high in the first round and he's on a defense that is not elite or is not high level, I do have some questions, okay? You're talking about a guy who was on a defense last year that was 31st in college football, I should say, in points per game allowed. Good defense, not great defense. They allowed 35 points to a Kentucky team that struggled to score this year in the bowl game. So it's hard for me to get excited about a guy when I know that he's coming from a good, not great defense, and now you're projecting him as a high pick. To me, and Andrew Checo and the draft guys can fully dig into this deeper than I would, but from my perspective, I would see Wiggins as a slot corner. So if you're drafting Wiggins to be your starting slot corner and then maybe eventually be a part-time safety, I could see that. The problem is as Adam Caplan said an hour ago on Football at 4, there are plenty of slot corners available in the draft. So I'm not going to sit here and act like they need to go get that. I do think offensive line is a strong possibility, but I don't know if it's in the first round. There's a lot of guys who are primarily tackles in the first round. I don't see the Eagles going for a receiver. I think that they are very content with what they've been doing recently when it comes to acquiring guys from free agency, trades for the receiver position. I think they got very fortunate. Devonta Smith fell to them. The problem for Xavier Worthy is that this is a guy whose statistics have gone in the opposite direction in college. He had 12 receiving touchdowns, then 9, then 5. So for a guy who is supposed to be entering the NFL draft, how do you get fewer scores and still be a high draft pick? I think Worthy needs to go to a team that is historically great at developing wide receivers. So you have a situation where if you are Xavier Worthy and you come to Philadelphia, I'm not sure if that is the best landing spot for him. To me, Xavier Worthy is better going somewhere, like, for example, like the Houston Texans. Look what they did with wide receivers last year. They made nobodies into somebody's left and right. A team like the Rams that develops wide receivers very well. A team like the 49ers developing receivers very well. Maybe a team like Denver could use him because Sean Payton's out there and they just traded away Jerry Jeudy. So I'm not a fan of the idea of Worthy coming to Philadelphia. But the offensive lineman, I think, makes a lot of sense. I am not sold on the idea of Tyler Steen being the starting guard for this team. I'm just not. I think that the idea that I am going to throw two very young players in the middle of my offensive line to block for Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts doesn't add up to me. And I think that Howie is either going to prepare to trade for a guard, or he's going to sign somebody, or he's going to draft someone in the first round. And so I think that's more likely than a Xavier Worthy or a Nate Wiggins, in my opinion. Phil, appreciate you chiming in. We got some more people chiming in on the who they would want on their side for our question of the day. If you could have 4 Philly sports athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3? Dan in EHT says, I would take the entire 1993 Phillies team. Scary dudes. Yeah. Macho Rowe alone probably could help you out in any pickle, in any tough guy scenario, right? Another text coming in on the text board, 609-403-0973. Dan from the Princeton and Avalon chimes in and says, give me Trent Cole, Jason Kelsey, Jordan Mailata, and Landon Dickerson. Yeah, Dickerson apparently, the wedding reception thing that Danny and Ryan mentioned a little bit earlier, Dan from the Princeton. First of all, let's go break it down. Trent Cole, first time we've seen that theme. Trent Cole is a phenomenal athlete. So you're not just getting a powerful football player. You're getting an athlete. You're getting a dude who can move a little bit. That's a good pull from Dan from the Princeton and Avalon. And by the way, I told Dan from the Princeton last summer that I would pop down at some point. It's a bad job by me that my summer got away from me and I never got down to the Princeton last year. So Dan from the Princeton, I did not forget that you invited me to come out and check out the Princeton down there. I haven't been down there in a few years. So I do owe it to Dan from the Princeton to get down to Avalon. Listen, I like going to Avalon. Avalon is, one of my Cape County towns. I'm a Sea Isle guy. So Sea Isle, Avalon, Stone Harbor, Ocean City, Wildwood, West Wildwood. that's all right in my wheelhouse. So, Dan from the Princeton, I see you. I hear you. I appreciate you. I owe you. I owe you to, make my way down there at some point. So, hopefully I can get down there this summer. That I will make a better effort this year. Okay. Mike from EHT chimes in at 609-403-0970. Says Kelly Oubre would stick to the story if we lost. He would say we got hit by a car. There was no fight. That's great. Mike from EHT. Yeah, Kelly Oubre definitely is a guy who you want on your side because you all will corroborate the story together. You all will sit down and say, all right, guys, what's the story we're going with? We're going to tell everybody. Kelly Oubre's got to go home to his girl. You got to go home to your wife. You got to go home to your girlfriend. You got to go home to your family and tell them the same story. He would gather the team up and be like, what's the story, guys? That's a great poll by Mike and EHT. Tom from the Villa says, Josh, I've been thinking I'm just going to bring Howie Roseman with me. Not only could he negotiate a way for the fight not to happen, but also get those people in the bar to pay for me for not fighting. That's from Tom in the Villas. Yeah, Howie Roseman, the negotiator. Howie would find a way for everybody to get out of it. That's a great job by Tom from the Villas. These have been some great answers today. I really appreciate everybody's text coming in. Dean from Ocean City chimes in on the messages and says, Charles Barkley, Jeremiah Trotter, and Rick Tocchet. Remember, Trot dropped LeVar Arrington in a team meeting in Washington. Dean, first of all, definitely Trotter's mentioned by a couple people. I love Trotter. I love the idea of him. I said it earlier in the show, Dean from Ocean City. Trotter is the everyman. Trotter is the guy. He'll hang out with you, and maybe he'll talk about his son a little extra. His son's going to the NFL, and a lot of Eagle fans love the idea of Trotter Jr. coming to Philadelphia. But you're right. Trotter put down LeVar Arrington. So if you can put down LeVar Arrington, you're safe. Good pull by Rick Tocchet. Rick Tocchet, Craig Berube, those former Flyer tough guys. Definitely a good pull by Dean from Ocean City. A couple more people chiming in on the text. Says, didn't Wiggins play against Kentucky? Wiggins didn't play against Kentucky. They need to draft a cornerback early. Chris from Millville. Chris, I double-checked that. I was under the impression Wiggins did play in that game. It's certainly possible that he was one of the gazillion players every year that don't play in games. But, if you don't want to use that game as the example, now I'm doing this off the top of my head. So, we can always fact-check me after I say it. But the other game that comes to mind when it comes to Clemson, if he didn't play in the Kentucky game last year in the bowl game, because that bowl game, I believe Kentucky scored 35 in that game. So double check me on that. But if he didn't play in that game, the other game that I would say that would bother me when it comes to that, you look at a game like, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Clemson went, what was it, like 8-4, 9-4 last year. So I'm trying to think of the game that they would have. Was it the Miami game they allowed 28 points in? I think it was the Miami game. Miami was I just remember Miami was so inconsistent last year. Miami I thought it was Clemson. I thought they beat Clemson. Let me look it up. I thought Miami beat them 30-20 or 28-21 or something like that. And Miami put up a lot of points, and Wiggins did not have a great game. And it was that game, and because it's hard for me to get mad at him if, for example, Drake May, he's going to be an NFL quarterback, right? If that guy puts up points on you, I can't get too mad, okay? Let me pull up Clemson's schedule. Here it is. Okay, so the first loss of the year was 28-27 to Duke, all right? Where were you at there for Wiggins, okay? Florida State, 31-34. Florida State's got a ton of alpha players. I can't get too mad about that. Yep, Miami, here it is. 28-20 Miami scored. Miami was a completely inconsistent team last year, and you allowed 28 points to them. Come on. NC State, 24-27. That was a close game at least, so I can't blame Wiggins for that. They beat Notre Dame 31-23, so they kept Notre Dame to a lower score. That's a good job by the defense. Let me see here. They did beat Drake May 31-20. They held South Carolina to only 7 points. So it wasn't all a bad year, but I would say that the Florida State or the Miami loss and the Duke loss were definitely eyesores for Clemson last year. When you're a defensive player, part of an eyesore kind of loss, definitely makes me question you. Let's see if I can squeeze in one more text before we get out of here. Matt chimes in. Matt doesn't say where he's from, but he says Brashear, Sham, and Cote. So the only problem with Matt's thing is, Matt's got no variety to the list. It's all flyer guys. It's like, all right, flyer tough guys. Patrick Cote. It's like, okay. It's a good poll. I'll give you that. All right, coming up the other side, we'll get back to the NFL conversation. Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press. It has been a wild and crazy NFL offseason. We'll touch on one of the biggest topics with Rob coming up next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile. You're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Hey, it's John Marks. Growing up here, I know that the fans get the last word. The fans have spoken, and real Philly sports fans love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. 24/7 live casino action. Join me now and download the BetParx app, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports. Philly hoops, Philly hockey, college basketball, and more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the BetParx app. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the BetParx app or at betparx.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the March Spring Sale, March 15th through the 25th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $28.92. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
The Sixers travel west, the Flyers play the Maple Leafs, and the Phils take on the Tigers. This is Danny Ryan with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Flyers will look to bounce back from a tough loss to the Bruins when the Maple Leafs come to Philadelphia tonight. However, they'll have to try and do it without Flyers captain Sean Couturier, as he was a healthy scratch for tonight's game. You can listen to tonight's game live right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage starts at 7. The 76ers head west for a tough 4-game road trip, starting with a matchup against the Phoenix Suns tomorrow night. Listen to the game live from Arizona right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage starts tomorrow at 10 p.m. And the Phillies are back in action today against the Detroit Tigers as Ranger Suarez takes the mound for a 6:05 first pitch. For more Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers, download our free mobile app. Your forecast is next.
Want healthier relationships, healthier gatherings, healthier workouts? Stay up to date on your flu and COVID shots. Getting vaccinated makes everything you do healthier. Learn more at nj.gov/health/vaccines.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. A few showers enter the forecast tomorrow, but our current air mass is pretty dry, so don't expect much. Mostly cloudy tonight, maybe a flurry, low at 39 degrees. The chill relaxes a bit tomorrow. It'll still be breezy, high of 55 with sun and clouds and spotty afternoon showers possible. Thursday, cold and blustery again, mostly sunny skies, high of only 45. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone can. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, a Tuesday edition of the show. Of course, a lot of text coming in throughout the show at 609-403-0970. We'll get back to you guys before we wrap up the final hour. But right now, as promised, Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press joins me right here on 97.3 ESPN. And full disclosure, Rob is being very gracious because we kind of split the difference. And me being an impatient person, I treated Rob like a significant other I was waiting to hear back from because I didn't see him pop into the virtual studio immediately. So I texted you waiting for you to jump in. And literally as I hit send, there he is. So Rob just proving to me why God says patience is a virtue, right, my friend?
I wish I had some myself, man. I'm a very impatient person, Josh. So it's a struggle when you have kids to be patient too. I've had some battles last night and today, so I've been lacking in those areas. So I totally understand. But it's good to join you. I don't know if we've spoken since the free agent frenzy. It's been quite a ride, man, for a past week and a week plus.
It really has. So let's dig into the big details, Rob. I wanted to ask you to start with, this whole Hassan Reddick thing is just ridiculous to me because Now they're moving his roster bonus so it doesn't kick in immediately. And realistically, if they brought him back, Rob, he would be one of 3 guys on expiring contracts who are pass rushers. And it feels like he wants to be here, but they want to move on from him. So, what is your take on this whole Hassan Reddick thing?
I didn't see the roster bonus situation. That's news to me. Did that just happen?
I think it was Jeremy Fowler who reported it. He, I'll pull it up, but basically they moved, and probably the roster bonus was due on the 3rd day of the league year, and they now moved it to after March 30th.
Oh, so now you have a little bit more time to make a decision one way or another. I do feel like he wants to be here and he wants to play, well, here being Philadelphia. So I do feel like he excelled there for the past 2 years. We know that that's his roots. He's from Camden and grew up in the area. But the Eagles have a certain amount of money that they feel like they would allocate to him. And it's going to be interesting to see which way Howie Roseman goes. He's had a really good free agency start here so far. I love the moves for Saquon Barkley, and I like a lot of the things that they've been able to do. But this Hassan Reddick situation is one that's going to have to be solved sooner rather than later. And I think it will be now that the roster bonus is around the March 30th or whatever, gives them a little bit more time, but it's still going to have to be figured out before the draft. But Josh, Eagles got to get to the quarterback. They got to find ways to get to the quarterback, and Hassan Reddick is their best pass rusher, and that's going to take pressure off the secondary. So if not him, who?
Yeah, here's the exact tweet from Jeremy Fowler there. I popped on the screen for you. Eagles are moving Reddick's $1 million roster bonus, originally due March 15th to April 1st. This, in theory, buys Philly time for potential trade. So apparently, at least it seems like by that, Rob, that they are still actively trying to trade him, which frankly disappointing because, Rob, this guy is double-digit sacks for 4 different defensive coordinators in a 4-year period. Why on earth would you, to me, it makes no sense. Now, I don't run a football team, so what do I know?
I don't think you're a better football team defensively next year without Hassan Reddick. So if your goal next season, as it should be, because you look around and in that division, I do think right now, considering the lack of movement by the Cowboys, the Eagles should be the team to beat. And I saw the early odds, and the Cowboys are front runners to win per whoever put out odds already on the division. But I think the Eagles, based on the moves they made, should be the front runner, should be the favorite to win the NFC East. So even if you're not, but you're right there, you should want to have the best possible team for 2024. And Reddick is a pass rusher, unless you find another way to bring somebody else in. But at this point, so many players are off the board. Even a guy like I thought maybe Chase Young, if he hung around, was still available later on in the summer. But he goes and gets a $13 million deal from the Saints. And then we find out he's got to have a neck surgery that's going to keep him out throughout most of the offseason. So if the Eagles are going to trade Reddick, what are they going to do to replace him? And I'm not so sure that they are in a position right now where they need those draft. They got a ton of picks. They can maneuver around a lot to Howie's liking, and they picked up some compensation picks. And what are you going to get for them? The trade market now, when you look and you see something like Justin Fields going for a conditional 6, and I know his contract's part of the situation there too. But what are you going to potentially get for Hassan Reddick? As good as he is for the Eagles and as good as he's been, a couple 2s, a 2 and a 3, you're not going to get a 1. So why would you who are you going to draft in the 2nd round or the 3rd round who's going to be better for your team this season than Hassan Reddick? I think they should find a way to make the money work. And they do have a little bit more time now to play around with that. And I would think if there were teams that were willing to pay him what he wanted, once the Eagles gave his agent the opportunity to go out there on the open market, talk to teams, see that something would have happened by now.
Rob, aside from being the senior NFL writer and insider for the Associated Press. You also are a co-host of Faith on the Field, heard Saturday and Sundays on 97.3 ESPN. And I got to ask you about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because to me, I was so impressed with him because he came out and said that the injury was good for him, that he matured. He learned about how it's not about him all the time. It's about the GM and the team and his teammates and everything. And he talked about maturity and growing up and how he's not the same man that he was when he was first in Philadelphia. And he talked about all these different things. I kept thinking, Rob, if this guy actually is matured and you put the talent with a mature individual, I mean, the sky is the limit for him, because the problem his entire life at Florida and New Orleans, everywhere he went, was maturity.
Yeah, and I think we all grow. We all should grow. We should all be better year after year after year if we're developing and maturing and really putting in the work to be the best version of ourselves. So I would never write off someone like CGJJ, however the heck you want to say it, Chauncey Gardner John. I always get those initials messed up. And I appreciated his apology to Eagles fans, and the fact that he was willing to own up to some of the things that he said. And there were a lot of hard feelings. He never wanted to leave. And I think he was certainly disgruntled. And it's kind of like, oh, if they don't want me, I don't want to be there, that kind of thing. But if as you point out, if he's grown that much, and I still think he's got a ways to go. There were some things that he got into back and forth with, was it Deebo Samuel from the 49ers this year? Like, yep. I just want a guy to go out there. Don't be giving other teams bulletin board fodder, even though bulletin board stuff is overrated and you really shouldn't need it to be motivated. But players say that stuff, like it's out there. It does push them to a certain degree. Just go out there, play your best, play football, and show between the white lines what you can do. And he's obviously one of those guys who's a big-time talker, a trash talker, and we'll see what transpires from that. But I think he's another one of those terrific additions in this offseason that Howie's been able to do. We saw how much they desperately needed a guy to be able to provide what he could do, the versatility in the secondary, to play safety, to play nickel corner. And that's what they were lacking last year. And now they got him back. And he was certainly a big part of that defense that helped them get to the Super Bowl in 2022. But I think they certainly got some more moves to make in the secondary. I'm not sure that James Bradbury and Darius Slay are both one or the other, and most likely Slay will be back over Bradbury, but they got to do something, some more moves there.
Speaking of moves, how about the domino of moves? Kenny Pickett traded to the Eagles, and then Justin Fields traded to the Steelers. It was almost like it was set up that way in some ways, because realistically, it's Pickett goes to the Eagles, grew up an Eagles fan, he's from New Jersey, and then Justin Fields was the guy that all the reports were, Rob, that apparently Mike Tomlin loves Justin Fields, and now he gets an actual legitimate coach and quarterback ahead of him instead of the dumpster fire in Chicago. So, on the surface, it looks like a win-win for both quarterbacks.
Certainly for Pittsburgh, I love what they were able to do. You got Russell Wilson on a veteran's minimum, with Denver paying his entire contract, and I don't think Russ is done playing good football. But then as an insurance policy and potentially down the road, you bring in a kid as talented as Justin Fields. Josh, just last year, the 2022 season, he got one fifth-place vote for AP NFL MVP. He wasn't terrible in Chicago. He showed flashes of being a special talent, made plays with his arms and legs. Only the third quarterback in NFL history to have 40 touchdown passes and 2,000 yards rushing in his first 3 seasons. The only other two, Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, Cam Newton, another former MVP who went to a Super Bowl. So I'm really surprised that Justin Fields was only available for the market for him was a conditional 6th round pick when you consider Pickett got more. And then you start to examine it and talk to people and see, well, his contract is as low as it is, 3.2 this year. Whoever acquired him, in this case, the Steelers have him for 1 year before they got to make a decision on that 5th-year option, and they're going to pay him $25.7 million next year. That's starter money. So if things don't work out for Russell Wilson, then they have Justin as insurance and potentially could exercise that option. If not, if Russ works out, I would think Fields is one and done in Pittsburgh. But I think he can go somewhere and play. And then it is true. I did speak to a source today that he did turn down 4 trade opportunities to other teams. So he kind of wanted to be in Pittsburgh. He wanted to be in a better situation for him. He understood what Chicago was like. And 3 seasons, 2 coaches, 2 offensive coordinators, a lousy team, a terrible supporting cast. They did nothing to build around him and make his job easier. So I think Justin Fields ends up in a good spot in Pittsburgh. And Kenny Pickett to the Eagles is intriguing because I wouldn't look at Kenny Pickett as the kind of guy he certainly plays a different style of football than Jalen Hurts. He reminds me a little bit of Nick Foles. And maybe it's just size, stature, the look, that kind of thing. But I thought certainly Fields would have been a better fit for the Eagles. I don't know for sure that they're one of the 4 teams that he didn't want to go to, but I think had they inquired, he certainly wouldn't want to be backing up a guy as durable as Jalen, rather be backing up someone who is older and has struggled for 2 years. So interested to see what Kenny Pickett is going to do and the Eagles have him under contract for 2 years. So it works out nicely for them.
Call more for AP senior NFL writer and reporter Rob Maaddi before we let him go. Rob, how surprised you that Calvin Ridley got that big money from the Titans?
Yeah, especially because to me he seems, Josh, more like a 1A, not 1A, 1B, not the star receiver on a team, but I think he's a really solid complementary guy, not someone who's going to be carrying the team. And you look at the Titans who didn't want to pay A.J. Brown that money, and I thought A.J. was more of a sure thing a couple years ago than Calvin Ridley. So great deal negotiated by his agent, and good for Calvin Ridley. But I still think that Tennessee's got question marks. Certainly, they're going to give Will Levis an opportunity to be their starting quarterback going into the season. He's got a big arm. I like the kid, but he's by no means a sure thing yet. So a little surprised that they gave him all that money. I would have thought if he was going to get that kind of bag, as they call it, right, Josh, he'd go somewhere else to a team that's a little bit closer to winning a Super Bowl, not somebody like rebuilding like Tennessee.
Yeah. A team on the opposite end of the spectrum, for as busy as Tennessee has been this offseason with guys like Ridley and Pollard and making coaching change, a team that has not been busy is the Cowboys. What on earth is Dallas doing? It feels like they're being a little too complacent, Rob.
Yeah, all in, man. All in for what? They lose their starting left tackle, Tyron Smith. They lose a starting running back and Pollard.
Starting center.
Tyler Biadasz is gone. He's their center. They lose an edge in Dorrance Armstrong. They cut Leighton Vander Esch, and he then retires because of health issues. And only so far, Michael Kendrick's brother, Eric, is their lone addition. And I think somebody on their core special teams, was it the long snapper? I forget who it was. But they didn't get Derrick Henry. He said they didn't even make him an offer. Like, I don't understand what the Cowboys are doing. And that's why I was surprised to see them when I saw some odds today, like, oh, they're the favorite to win the NFC East. Based on what? This team collapsed in the playoffs, hasn't done anything to improve its chances. They've lost 4 key players, 3 starters, 2 on the offensive line. I don't understand it. And players are going everywhere. Like, does Jerry Jones think he's 60 and he's got like a million years left to go? My man's about 80, 81 years old. Going to see him next week in Orlando at the owners' meetings, and going to have to, side up next to Jerry Jones and be like, dude, what are you guys doing, Jerry? What's going on here? I don't understand it at all. And he said, of course, it's not all the free agency and the big money. You're not making big deals at this point. Those trades have been made.
Yeah. It's absolutely bizarre to me what on earth Dallas is doing. usually this organization, Rob, has been active, and they've done a good job at building through the draft. And now it's like this offseason, it's like they don't even want to do anything. It's like Jerry's on his yacht again or something.
It's surprising because I thought they were going to make a coaching change. So you don't make a coaching change. You're status quo there. You lose your defensive coordinator, and I don't think that's too big of a loss in Dan Quinn. As much accolades as he gets, I kind of felt like the bigger the game, the worse the defense played. They were really good against the bad teams, but in those big moments, in that spotlight, Dan Quinn's defenses do not rise up to the challenge. So maybe they can say quietly, good riddance to him. But status quo on offense. You lose your defensive coordinator. You're losing piece after piece. Meanwhile, your biggest rival in the NFC is bringing in Saquon Barkley, bringing back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, making these moves, putting themselves in position through the draft. I still think Howie's going to do something that is a wow move at some point, and that's probably going to be to package some of their picks to move up in the draft. And meanwhile, Dallas is sitting there. Dak's having some, and I like Dak, and I think he's a really good person. And I'm not going to put too much credence into what's going on, but that kind of off the field stuff is troubling to just hear, to have put yourself in a position where that stuff is being even discussed and talked about. And that's troublesome to me. And it's at this point, I gave them in the 3-4 days after free agency, the way too early grades on free agency, because teams make a ton of moves and everybody's that's an A+ week already. I gave the Cowboys an F, and nothing has happened to change my mind in the 5 days since I gave them an F.
He's Rob Maaddi. Give him a follow on the Twitter X platform at Rob Maaddi. Of course, check out all of his coverage of the NFL with the Associated Press, the AP Pro Football Podcast, and Faith on the Field Saturday and Sunday mornings right here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob, we finally got you on. I'm glad we can make it work, and we'll talk soon.
Appreciate it, Josh. Thank you, man. Have a great week.
Absolutely. You too. Rob Maaddi joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill, wrapping up the show, coming up on the other side here on 97.3 ESPN.
Listen to all the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, qualified buyers excludes Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're waiting for the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle, stop waiting and listen to these incredible deals at Bennett Chevrolet during March Markdown, where you can save up to 20% on new Chevys. Yes, up to 20% savings with GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates. No games, no gimmicks. Just the best offer you'll find anywhere. Plus, there's available 1.9% financing. And Bennett is paying a whopping $10,000 cash for any clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That is a minimum 10 grand regardless of condition or miles. Can you imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade? While Bennett Chevy offers the best deals you can find on any new or pre-owned vehicle, you can always count on a wonderful car buying experience with our non-commissioned sales team, who are paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Nobody beats a Bennett deal. Nobody. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first. Voted best of the best in Jersey Shores. For roofing and siding, windows and doors. 24-month financing, no payments, no interest. You're certified GAF elite contractors. Champion-exteriors.com. Champion Exteriors, Champion, the one you call first.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game, or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in New Jersey. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, just like our customer Jaron.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my cricket phone for everything. It's basically like another band member.
Don't miss a single beat. Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has been proudly serving South Jersey for over 20 years. Owner Matt Calloway was born and raised in Cape May County and has over 25 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry, as well as fireplaces, plumbing, and bathroom renovations. You can always count on a licensed and insured local contractor like TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to be there promptly and to fix your problem right the first time. If your home needs a little TLC, get TLC Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Online at tlcphc.com.
The field is set, and your bracket predictions are hopefully done. The 2024 Big Dance tips off with first 4 games from Dayton. Then on Thursday, all day first round action gets underway. To make sure you don't miss any of the action, stay tuned for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA Men's Tournament right here.
Listen to all the madness.
Oh, my goodness.
March Madness right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
On this day in NCAA tournament history is being brought to you by the NJ Lottery. Quick draw from the New Jersey Lottery is now Quick Draw Progressive with a free shot at winning a rolling jackpot. That's a free chance to win the growing jackpot every time you play with the NJ Lottery. On this day in 1998, in a chaotic final 10 seconds of the game, Richard Hamilton hits a buzzer beater to lead Connecticut past Washington in the NCAA tournament. That's on this day in 1998, NCAA March Madness. Richard Hamilton, Rip Hamilton at UConn. And the first 4 begins tonight at 6:30 p.m. is the coverage here on 97.3 ESPN. What a jam-packed day. We didn't have time to get to any thoughts or picks for the tournament. We'll have to get to that tomorrow when I fill in for Mike Gill one more day this week here on a Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I appreciate all the messages coming in throughout the day. I got one more chance today to qualify for the Phillies trip to Baltimore now. All right, you know the sounder means caller number 7-609-573-3776. Today is one of the last days for you to qualify for the Phillies to Baltimore Father's Day weekend. Father's Day weekend. It's going to Baltimore Camping Yards, full-blown tailgate. The trip of a lifetime. Thanks to Phillies Sports Trip. I mean, the food's going to be incredible. You just get that alone. And you get a Phillies. Got to call number 7. Qualify. That's 609-573-3776. If you're call number 7 and you qualify, you look present next Thursday at Maynard's in Margate for the Phillies Watch Party with Mike Gill and the Sports Bash. Call number 7. You're in at 609-573-3776. I'm Josh Hennig. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Opening day at Maynard's Cafe in Margate on Thursday, March 20th. Phillies road trip to Baltimore. 3-day, 4 sold-out crew
lunch or dinner, and try Maynard's sandwiches and stay for the fun-filled nightlife. It's on Thursday, March 28th for the Phillies opening day starting at 2 p.m. There's always something exciting at Maynard's, including Easter today with a special appearance by the Easter Bunny. Visit Maynard's today, your one-stop destination for fun and market.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, just like our customer Paul.
I run a farm with my family, and thanks to Cricket 5G, I know they can reach me, even when I'm out walking our dog Valentine.
Good dog, Valentine. Big nationwide 5G. Get fast 5G on 4 lines for only $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer pay for testimonial. Discounts vary per line. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GEAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GEAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GEAR.
Do you love a good cigar almost as much as your family? Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you can find that perfect cigar at Smokers Haven. With 5 New Jersey locations, Smokers Haven has the finest area, like Ashton, My Father's, Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, and more. All from the finest tobacco leaves and hand-rolled by the world's finest cigar makers. All locations are fully open. Stop in and let them help you find the perfect cigar to pair with your life. See all they have and their locations at smokershavennj.com.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the March Spring Sale, March 15th through the 25th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $28.92. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
When you open the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. Winning is always a rush, but the money is in the moments. It's the anticipation of another face card, the thrill of an extra spin, and the pure joy of a jackpot. It's all your favorite games at your fingertips. Plus, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. You play for fun, you love to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
One night, one stage. Woo! Country music's hottest supergroup, the Frontmen, featuring Richie McDonald, formerly of Lone Star. Baby, I'm back. Larry Stewart, lead singer of Restless Heart. Tim Rushlow, formerly of Little Texas. Friday, March 29th, the Excite Center at Parks Casino. The voices that brought you 3 decades of #1 country hits live. On sale now at parkscasino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, just like our customer Jaron.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my Cricket phone for everything. It's basically like another band member.
Don't miss a single beat. Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Jester's Dive Bar for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
This is South Jersey Sports Leader, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
This is the best of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. Congratulations to David in Lacey Township. He is our latest qualifier for the Phillies trip to Baltimore contest. An opportunity coming up in about 50 minutes from now here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, the good news is the Sixers have won 2 straight games. Bad news is they have the road trip of all road trips, as they are going against arguably 4 of the more difficult road matchups in the Western Conference at this point. Only they make probably the road trip worse, they have to play the Warriors at some point. But still, Suns, Lakers, Clippers, Kings, not an easy feat. So we'll ask Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joining us here about the state of the Sixers as they go on their road trip. Paul, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Josh. How are you?
Before we get into the Sixers, I got to ask you our question of the day, okay? So over at 973 ESPN on Facebook, we asking the listeners throughout the day, and I'm going to read through all their answers a little bit later. So you actually get to be the first person on air to give your answer, okay? So the question of the day is, and again, it's a theoretical question. We are not advocating fighting, okay, at the bar. But if you could have 4 Philly athletes on your side in a theoretical bar fight, is Kyle Lowry one of them? And who are the other 3, Paul Hudrick?
Ooh, Kyle Lowry would be a hell of a pick. But I got to say, Sixers-wise, it's tough because, man, there's a lot. If we're talking current guys on the Sixers roster, I have to say Kyle Lowry's certainly in there. If you look at the Flyers, Delorier, I mean, that dude's just a tough dude.
Yep.
So a guy I wouldn't want a part of. Yeah, I mean, if the Phillies guys is an interesting one, I think, because I don't know who I would necessarily pick. Maybe Castellanos is the guy.
Okay. You got a little more wild card there with Nick C.
Yeah, I don't know who else would be, maybe Real Muto, because he's a pretty tough guy and, catching and all that. Maybe, and he's a former football player. Maybe he's a guy.
Well, so is Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber would be a good one too. Pretty tough guy, leader as well. And then what am I missing here? And then the Eagles. I mean, yeah, I mean that would be where I would fall. It would be a little tricky because there's probably so many good candidates. I mean, Jordan Davis, maybe just for the intimidation factor alone.
Right.
That might be where I would go, just because walking like the proverbial walking off the bus. I'm coming out with that guy. I'm feeling pretty good about things.
Yeah. It's funny because some people have answered like all of the guys on the Eagles offensive line. Some people have let's say like only Flyers players. Like it's funny some of the answers. I did appreciate the fact you didn't violate the one rule of the contest, which is I asked for no professional fighters because people are like like Joe Frazier, Bernard Hopkins, and I'm like, well, of course, in the most literal sense, Paul, you would want a literal fighter on your side in a fight. But the whole point is like you're out with your buddies having a drink, and maybe your buddy is friends with Lane Johnson, or maybe your buddy is friends with Nick Delorier that you mentioned, and the scenario is the classic we've all seen a TV show or a movie. Some tools come in and they maybe get in the waitress's face, or they're rude to somebody, or they throw a beer at somebody, and you just feel obligated to stand up for somebody. And it's always better if like Lane Johnson is standing over your shoulder than, let's say, Darren Sproles. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Your Landon Dickerson was right there for the taking.
Yeah,
too. I mean, that would be, He is definitely a bully, and
6'5", 320, whatever he is.
Yeah, he's not a dude I want to. I mean, to say the entire offensive line is actually that's pretty fair. Yeah.
So back to the original point we had for the Sixers, Paul. I mentioned Lowry in the question though because I felt like he has really lived up to the bill. When the Sixers brought him in, which is he's going to be a culture guy. He's going to be a leader. We kind of all joked when Nick Nurse said, "Oh, he's competing for that second guard spot." And we're all looking around like, really, Lowry? But man, it felt like he was a catalyst for that team winning last night, Paul.